Hi, I'm Bob Ross, and for the next 13 weeks, I'll be your host as we experience the joy of painting. I think each of us, sometime during our life, has wanted to paint a picture. I think there's an artist hid in the bottom of every single one of us. And here we will try to show you how to bring that artist out, to put it on canvas, because you too can paint almighty pictures. You know, we have avoided painting for so long because I think all of our lives we've been told that you have to go to school half your life, maybe even have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth to ever be able to paint a picture. And here we want to show you that that's not true, that you can paint a picture right along with us. Each week we'll use the same colors, we'll use the same equipment. So if you have your brush and palette ready next week, you can paint right along with us. I'd like to go over some of the equipment that we'll use before we start. The brushes that we use. I'll be using very large 2.5 inch and 1 inch natural bristle brushes. Now these are natural bristle. Be sure you don't start with a nylon brush. We'll use an almighty palette knife. And this is much different than the traditional palette knife. It is not thin and flimsy. It's a firm palette knife. And with this, we can make fantastic things happen. Let's go over the colors that we'll use. We're going to start out here with titanium white, phthalo green, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, sap green, cad yellow, and permanent red. Now these 8 colors we'll use each and every week for every picture that we do. So you don't have to go out and buy 1,500 different kinds of colors and brushes. You need very little equipment to paint with this. Another thing, we'll do no tracing of patterns on here. We start with a vision in our heart and we put it on canvas. And we're here to teach you to be able to do this too. So let's do it. Let's paint a picture right here. And we're going to start with a big brush and we're going to cover the canvas with a thin layer of magic white. Now this is a wet on wet technique, so the first thing we're going to do is get the canvas wet. And all we want is a nice, even, thin coat of paint here. There we go. Just cover it nice and even. You also need an almighty easel when you're doing this. You need an easel that will hold your canvas very firm and allow you to use these big brushes. Okay. When you're using a large brush like this, it really doesn't take too long to cover your canvas. And if you get a hair like that, just pop it off with a corner of your brush, flip it away. Okay. Now after you get your canvas covered with the magic white, we'll take and make long strokes back and forth to get a nice even distribution of paint on here. Okay. Up and down one time. That assures that the magic white's nice and even all the way across the canvas. Okay, let's wash the brush out here. Now we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Okay, we'll wash him out. And I beat the brush just to dry the bristles. Now let's take a little bit of cad yellow here. And I think today we'll do a picture that's maybe like we're walking through the woods. And so let's start right here with a little bit of cad yellow with just the least little touch of phthalo green in it. And we'll add a little bit more of the green color and we'll begin making little X's. Just like so. Just work that around. Okay. Now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into some Prussian blue. Just add it right onto the brush here. Just go out here, and we're making little crisscross strokes, little X strokes. There. Already we begin to have a light source in this painting. Okay, I'm going to clean the brush again. Once again, this is odorless paint thinner. We do not use turpentine. Now, with a nice clean brush, I'm going to take and add just a little bit of titanium white right here in the center. just a little. And we'll begin working outward. There. By now, maybe you have recognized some of the equipment we're using as something you've seen before. And I learned this fantastic technique from a wonderful man that I think all of us had enjoyed for many, many years on TV, Bill Alexander. And Bill taught me this many years ago, and it is the most fantastic way to paint that you've ever seen. So join us, have some fun. And we'll just blend this out a little bit more here. Till we have a nice smooth sky. There we go. Okay, we'll clean the brush one more time. Now, let's start putting in some, let's put in some almighty trees here. We're going to start with a little bit of alizarin crimson and a touch of Prussian blue. Now, the Prussian blue is 100 times stronger than the crimson. So use just a little blue and a lot of crimson. And here we're going to begin pushing in basic tree shapes. So just bend the brush. Bend the brush. Make those little leaves and branches just pop right out at you. There he comes. These little son of a guns hide in your brush, and you just have to push them out. This is your world, your creation. Let's put a little one right here. And maybe we'll just put some little grassy areas coming down through here. And right there. There's one. Now you're pushing quite firm here. This is why I say you need an almighty easel when you're doing this, an easel that's strong. Okay. Maybe over here on this side now, we'll add another one, maybe a bigger one over here. There he is. And there's no secret to this. Anybody can paint. Anybody can paint. All you need is a dream in your heart, a little practice. Look at there. Already we have the beginning of a beautiful picture. We have the tree shapes, a light source. Looks to me like it's early in the morning. Okay, now let's put some trunks in these trees. And for that, we'll take a little bit of Van Dyke Brown. And let's just lay in some basic trunks here. There we go. And maybe we'll put a little limb right here, like so. Maybe some little something right there. There we are. Okay, now this little fellow over here, he needs a trunk too. So we'll put one right in here. And maybe some limbs up in here. Right through here. There we go. Just some indications here and there. And some little sticks and twigs. Okay, maybe over in here. There we are. Okay. Now we'll highlight these, and we'll take a little bit of white and a touch of brown mixed together. And remember where your light source is. So this tree will highlight right here. Like so. There we are. Now, over on this side, the light's coming through here, so we'll highlight this side of it. Okay, maybe a few little indications up through here. Now comes the fun. Now we can begin putting all the beautiful leaves and stuff on this and just really make it come alive. So here we'll take a little bit of the magic white to thin our paint. One of the golden rules in this is that a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So anytime you're painting over the top of paint, you need to have a paint that's just a little bit thinner. All righty, we'll take a little bit of phthalo green and a little bit of yellow, and we load the brush full of paint. And our light's coming through here, so we want this side of the tree to be a little brighter than the other side. All right, and then we begin pushing thousands of little leaves on here. Just, they hide in your brush. There they come. Just a little on this side over here, because not as much light's going to strike. Little's going to come through, but not as much. And look at that. In just a matter of a few minutes, we have a beautiful tree. Okay, now maybe this little tree over here, we'll put a little highlight on him. And once again, we're using a paint that's a little bit thinner so that it sticks. And the first thing that you have to do when you're doing this is start with an oil paint that's very, very firm. Your base paint has to be extremely firm. If you start with a thin, loose paint, you're going to become a mud mixer. You have to have a thick paint on the base coat in order to get this thinner paint to stick. Now let's begin building some little bushes and stuff in here. All right, look at that. You can do it. I know you can. There, look at there. Okay, let's move up to this big tree in the front here, and let's put some nice little leaves up here on him. You have to bend that brush. If the brush doesn't bend, you're not going to get all these beautiful little leaves, these little actions that happen. Okay, maybe there's a nice little bush that lives right here. You know, if you've ever walked through the woods early in the morning, all the little creatures are out here. They're all playing in the bushes and stuff. This is where they live, in all these bushes. Okay, let's put something on this side now. Nice little bush here. Just let your imagination run wild. Let your heart be your guide. In the time you sit around worrying about it and trying to plan a painting, you could have completed a painting already. Let it happen. Let it happen. You know, for so many years, I was a traditional painter. And I would spend sometimes weeks just working on a picture, drawing it out, getting all the little sketches and stuff. And then I'd go back and spend maybe a month trying to fill in the blocks. And here, we let it happen. It comes right out of here. It's in you. And you put it on the canvas. Okay, let's see. Let's try this big old tree here. Put some nice little leaves on him. There we go. Okay, let's try. I've added a little permanent red with my color now, just to give us a little different value. Okay. Now, you know, if we're going to walk through the woods, we need a little path. So let's take a little bit of Van Dyke brown here, and let's build us a happy little path. And we're just going to take the knife and let this path sort of just wander right down through here. we go. Just let him wander around, play, have fun. Okay. There, we got us a nice little path. Now we need to highlight that path, so I'll take just a little bit of white, and we'll just take and barely touch the canvas here. Just enough so we can highlight where the sun's sparkling through here. There. See how easy that is? Let that paint break. And now in order to set the path down into the painting, we'll add some bushes that project up over the path here and there. Just push them in. There we go. And you can see how that makes it just literally drop right into the painting. Okay, let's put some more land areas in here. Maybe there's some nice little areas coming down through here. Just like so. And we'll have some over here. And follow the angle of your land. There we go. There we go. There. Now maybe, as we're walking through the woods here, maybe it rained last night. Maybe it came a nice little rain and there's little puddles. You know, after it rains, you always have little rain puddles. So let's take a little touch of the Prussian blue here. It will just make us a little puddle. And we put some Prussian blue on the brush, and we take here and pull downward. Just pull downward, like so. There we go. Okay. See how easy it is to do? Now, very gently, we'll come across this way just to give it a watery effect. Now, if you want to put highlights in here, maybe you could take just a little touch of the titanium white on your brush and pull down. And it'll give it sort of a sheen. There. And then, once again, just come across just enough to give it a nice watery feel. You can overdo this part very easily. Okay, I'll wash off the old brush. Okay, now we can take a little more of the Van Dyke brown. And we can just make little puddles out of this. Maybe it comes down like so, right through there. There we are. Okay. Little puddle. And we'll just make this a little separate puddle back here. Just like that. Okay, then we'll take a little bit of brown and white, and we'll lay a little highlight on there. There we go. And in your world, you can do anything that your heart desires. My home is in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I spend a lot of time walking around in the woods and talking to trees and squirrels and little rabbits and stuff. And I look at a lot of nature. And if painting teaches you nothing else, it'll teach you to look at nature with different eyes. It'll teach you to see things that have been there all your life and you've never noticed. And if it does nothing else but make you enjoy nature, it's worthwhile. So look around. Look at what we have. Beauty is everywhere. You only have to look to see it. Okay. And I talk too much sometimes, so we'll go back to painting here. Take a little bit of the thin white paint here, and we'll put some little water lines back in here. Okay, just like so. Yes. There we go. There. And maybe some little water lines right here. This is just the thin white paint, and you literally just cut right into the canvas with it. And let's smooth that out. There we go. Okay, now while I have the knife here, I'm going to take and just cut a few little sticks here and there. And all we're doing is just literally cutting right through the paint so the canvas shows through. And it makes a multitude of little sticks. And these little sticks help create the illusion of distance in a painting. All different planes. Okay. Now then, let's put some bushes and stuff right down here on the grass, on this soil area. There we go. There they are. There they are. They just live right here in your brush, and you just drop them right in. There. Okay. Now, let's take and do this. Let's put some land right down through here. Back to the Van Dyke brown, a little bit of white. There we go. We'll lay a little highlight on here. There. And we'll put a few little bushes and stuff right out here. See how easy that is? Okay, a few more little water lines in there. Just let them happen. Each week we'll try to do paintings that are designed to teach you something different, something new, something exciting, just to keep your interest going. Okay, now, let's play a little bit here. Let's have a happy little tree right in here. So I'm going to start with the Van Dyke brown, and we'll make his little trunk here. There he goes. Doo-doo, boop, boop, boop. Straight Van Dyke brown to start with. There, we'll just turn the knife and give him little foots to stand on. There. And maybe he needs another little arm out here, so we'll just give him one. This is your creation. You can do anything here that you want to do. Just let it happen. There. Now, and we'll give him some little leaves, and we'll use some more of the alizarin crimson, touch of Prussian blue. Okay, we need dark in order to show light. So first we'll put some dark on here. We'll put some happy little leaves here and there. When we see you next week, I hope you have your almighty easel set up, the colors ready, your big brushes all primed and ready to go, and do an almighty painting with us here. Very quickly, while I'm finishing this up, I'll go over the colors one more time that we use. titanium white, phthalo green, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, sap green, cad yellow, and permanent red. Only 8 colors that you need. Okay, now let's put some highlights on this pretty little tree right here. I use just a little touch more of the permanent red in this one so he'll stand out a little more. See how easy it is to create a tree right here in your world? There we go. And maybe down here. Maybe there's some nice little bushes and stuff happening right in here. There we go. All right. Maybe right there, another one. Okay. Here and there I'm going to put just a few little sticks and stuff. Like that. Just once again to build some distance in here. We want this to have a lot of depth in it. And we'll cut in a few little sticks here and there, like so. You getting excited yet? You ready to paint with us? You can do it. Okay. And I think this painting's far enough along, we'll just sign this rascal. And I sign the painting with a script liner brush, a little bit of oil, and I use red paint, but whatever color you prefer. Okay. And we'll just sign that rascal. I hope you've enjoyed this painting. Next week, we're looking forward to seeing you. We hope you have your brush ready, a dream in your heart that you want to put on canvas. And join us right here for the joy of painting. And you too can build fantastic pictures. You can take them from here and put them on there. Until next week, happy painting from all of us here. Hello, glad to see you again. Thought today we'd do a picture that's right straight out of Alaska. We'll do one of Mount McKinley, the most almighty mountain in the North American continent. And we'll start off today, and we'll use just a little bit of Prussian blue, maybe a touch of phthalo green mixed with it here. And let's dance in some basic shapes here. I've already put the magic white on the canvas to save a little time. So we're just literally mixing color right here on the canvas. Just let this brush dance and play and have fun. And all we're looking for is general basic cloud shapes here. We're really not trying to put anything in. Just let it happen. Just move the brush, keep it moving, working, playing, having fun. There we go. Isn't that something? There we are. Put a nice little cloud shape right there. What the heck? Okay. Keep the brush moving. Don't let it stop. And sometimes brush is lazy. You have to really push it a little or it'll quit on you. Make it keep moving. Okay, now we'll take the almighty brush here and we're going to swirl this. We're going to pull the color, move it, pull it. There we go. Try to avoid a pattern. We want this to go everywhere. We're looking for a sky here that has life in it, has movement in it. We don't want a sky that looks like at night you pull the curtain down and everything went black on you. So I want to keep this moving. There. And already you're beginning to see all the little things happening up here. Every which direction. Every way. There we go. Now you can blend this too much and take it all out. We don't want to take it out. We just want to mix it up. Stir it up. Okay, while we got some paint on the brush here, we'll add a little more Prussian blue and phthalo green, and we'll put us in some water. We pull from the outside in and leave a little area open here. That will create the little sheen of light that plays across the water. You could go back with white paint and put it back in, but you've already covered the canvas with magic white, so why not use it? This is a lazy man's way of painting. You let the paint work, you let the brushes work. Use what happens naturally, don't fight it. Okay. Clean the old brush off, and let's get out an almighty fan brush here. And let's build some happy little clouds up here. I'm going to take titanium white with the least little touch of permanent red in it and load the brush full of paint. Just really load it up. Now we'll start working on some basic cloud shapes here, and we'll dance in all these little areas and let them just play in the sky. Keep the brush moving. Keep it moving. You want areas that are thick, areas that are thin. Let all these little things happen. Okay. And we'll take the big brush here and gently, gently blend this together. Very lightly. And fluff it up a little and hypnotize it. And right there you've got an almighty cloud. Just that quick. But they're very easily killed. Clouds are delicate. Don't overwork it. Put it in, leave it alone. Okay, maybe we'll have another one here. We'll layer these clouds some. Okay. And nature is so beautiful. Just let it go. Have fun with it. Very, very easy to work these to death. Blend this in, and you work in layers here. You do the thing as the father's to way first, have him finished, and then work forward. There, we'll hypnotize that one. Blend this one a little bit. Okay. A little bit more red here. There we go. Don't want to set these clouds on fire now. All we want to do is have a slight warmish glow to, like the sun's playing along the top. There we go. Yes, we better not forget this side of the sky. We'll put a little something over here. There's some nice little clouds playing around in the sky. Okay, we'll mix these up a little bit. Maybe a little streaky one right here. Got baby clouds too. If you didn't have baby clouds, you wouldn't have big clouds. There. And we can work on this one a little touch. Okay. There, looks like a nice place. And we're really pushing this paint into the canvas. You're working that value right into the canvas. Just let it play. Don't kill all the dark areas. You can end up with great big cotton balls in the sky if you're not careful. Guess I'd be considered a UFO, big cotton ball in the sky. There. Fluff that up. And work that paint. And look at there. In just a couple of minutes, you have a sky that has so much action happening in it. There we go. Okay. If you do this in your living room, you can redecorate your living room in a matter of minutes, so be very careful. Learn to control it. Have your box you can shake your brush in, and that way you don't have to worry about covering everything. Okay, let's take a little bit of brown and blue, a little touch of alizarin crimson, and some white. There we go. And don't mix your paint dead. Mix it marbly and leave it alone. Okay, now let's do, since we're going to do McKinley today, let's do the basic shape here. McKinley comes down like so, has another peak running right off through here. Make that just a little more rounded. There. And we let this side drop right down and over. All you're looking for here is the basic outline, the basic shape of this mountain. You're not worried at all what happens in here. Okay. Take the big brush and we'll pull that down. This takes off the excess paint and makes the next layer stick better. And also when you're doing mountains, if you can see the entire mountain, the top of the mountain is always more distinct than the bottom. At the bottom of the mountain we have mist, and now we have pollution. We have a multitude of things that break up and diffuse light. And we'll put some snow on that almighty mountain. Pull that paint out real flat. Just pull it out and get us a little roll of paint. And we'll just lay this on and let it travel right on down. And you want the paint to break like this to make all the little things that happen in there. The little shadows, light and dark areas. Okay. And there's a little bump. It comes out right there. And works his way down. And over here, let this drop just like so. There we go. Now for the shadow color, we'll use a little Prussian blue and white. And once again, don't mix it dead. You want it to be sort of marbledy. Okay, now we'll start with the shadows. And we'll just lay these in here. We want to bring these two areas here together. So we just sort of work it back and forth and let it come, there you go. Let it just come together. And maybe this shadow comes right down through here. Every highlight needs its own private shadow. Okay, we'll put a little shadow right there. And see how that protrudes that up? Makes it just jump right out at you. Little ridges here and there. All kind of little things happening in this mountain. And we need a shadow back here behind this almighty peak. There it is. Just let him go. Okay, and we want a peak. It comes right up through here and just begins working its way back down. Nice ridge coming through here. And we can bring these together. A few little shadows in here. Just here and there. Okay. And as we said, we want this to be more distinct at the top than the bottom. So we're going to diffuse the bottom of it, and only the bottom. And here we're just tapping the canvas. We're trying not to destroy, only diffuse. And this is where you really depend on a firm paint. If you have a loose, oily, thin paint, you become a mud mixer here. So when you try this at home, if you find that you're making a lot of mud, check your paint. It should be very, very firm. Squeeze that tube. It should stand up maybe about 3/4 of an inch above the tube. Then you have a nice firm paint. Okay, I'm going to make the same color and make it darker. Blue-brown and alizarin added to it. Because I want this mountain to be in front. This is a beautiful study of how to make one mountain look very, very big. We'll put some little smaller mountains here in the foreground. Okay, another little peak here. And we'll take the big brush and pull that out. Son of a gun. Just comes right out. That's the beauty of painting wet on wet. You can move paint on the canvas. And we'll put some little happy little snow here. Just let that run. There we go. Okay. Our light is still coming from the same direction here, so don't let that fool you. Okay. Now we can work in some shadows here. Let's push that one into the background. Just come right on through, and that'll push him back. Scary to have this much power that you can move mountains. Okay, this there. We can swing this around and bring these two right together. Just make a nice little ridge out of that. Okay, now we've got an almighty mountain. I'm going to take a little of the blue-brown, alizarin crimson, add a little touch of sap green to it. Looking for a dark color here, very dark. We'll load up this 1-inch brush and we'll push in some little dark areas here. This will be our little trees that are way back in the distance, bushes and trees and all the little things happening back here. There we go. Now with the big brush, we can pull a little bit of this color down. And this will be the beginning of our reflections. Okay, and we'll just give it a little bit of ripple to make it look watery. Okay, let's put some highlights on here. I'm going to use a little bit of magic white mixed with some cad yellow. A little touch of permanent red. And we'll just sort of go back and forth, make a nice orangey color here. Bright color. There we go. All these nice little bushes happening back here. And then we'll reflect some of that right down into the water here. There we go. Now with a big brush and the most delicate touch possible. Just enough to pull the paint a little bit. We'll pull that down and just give it a watery effect. Don't want to destroy it. Okay. Now, let's mix up a lot of dark here. Blue, brown, alizarin, and a little bit of sap green. Should look black to you. And we'll load the brush full of paint. Load it full. A lot of paint. And let's make some little evergreen trees that are growing way back here in the distance. Let's firm that one up a little bit. Needs to be a little stronger. There we go. Maybe he's got a friend that lives right over here. Just drop him in. Okay, maybe they're getting a little bigger as it comes around the curve. Maybe a little baby one back here. Okay, put a little bush in front of him. Okay, take a little touch of magic white, a little bit of brown, and a little touch of yellow, just to make a nice sandy looking color. And we'll lay in a little water line back here. There we go. And we'll cut in a few little trunks and sticks here and there. Okay. Maybe we need another tree right here. Trees are getting closer, so they're getting a little bigger. They look bigger to you. This is the way we push everything back. Work with perspective here. Okay, let's move it to the other side of the picture while we got a brush full of paint here, and we'll put an almighty tree right here. These trees live in your brush. You have to scare them out sometime. Really work at them. Little son of a guns will try to avoid you. And they're like everything else. The first time you try them, they're going to drive you up the wall. But you practice it. If there's a secret to this, it is practice. You learn how to make the brush work, how to touch the canvas with it, and then it's just a matter of practicing. First time you tied your shoe, it wasn't easy. You had to look at it and work at it. The next thing you know, you're not paying any attention. You get your shoe tied. Same thing. Okay. Maybe we'll make another little projection coming right out through here. There we go. Put a reflection in here. And we'll pull that down. Okay, lay in some more of these pretty colors back here. It's a nice little bush right there. There's one. And right down here we'll reflect some of these. Okay, delicate touch again. Very, very light. Just enough to move it a little bit on the wet canvas. And we'll put some land out here so these bushes have a place to sit. Don't want them to fall off in the river here. So we'll give him something to sit on here. And we can take a clean brush and just lift that gently. This is a very thin paint now. It's mostly magic white. So you can move that without destroying what's underneath it. And here we'll use a little bit of just straight magic white. And we'll put us a happy little water line in here. Okay. Now then, you can put some more little bushes right in here, like so. And we'll drop some reflections into the water. And we'll pull those down. And anybody can do this. This is not some big secret thing. Anybody can do it. We teach people from the age of 10 all the way up 80 and 90 years old. And young people really like this. They learn it very easily, very quickly, and they see results very quickly. I have a son that's a young man right now, and he's been painting since he was about 12 years old. Been selling his work. So it's not just for the older person. It will also work very well for the young person. The only trouble, like my son, he's quite lazy. He'll only paint if he needs money. If he needs money, he'll paint. But it is a nice way to put a happy buck in your pocket. And to make good things happen in your heart. Okay, we'll just have this come right on down through here. Fill that in. Okay, now we can start highlighting some of these things. We'll take a little bit of blue and yellow mixed together. Make a very nice little green color here. And we'll just drop some highlights on this tree. Remember where your light's coming from. Light's coming from the right. So you want the right-hand side of this tree to be a little more distinct and bright than the left side. And if you're right-handed, you'll probably find it's easier to have the light coming from the right. If you're left-handed, it will sort of vary from person to person. Okay. Let's put some little highlights over here on these little trees. The sun wouldn't forget that. There we go. There we are. Now, a little more magic white. Thin that down just a touch. And we can start finding all these beautiful little trees and bushes that are living in here. Very important that you don't kill all this dark area. If you kill all the dark, your picture's going to be very flat. Now we might as well just reflect it right into the water there. Okay, there we go. A little bit right in here. And we'll reflect that right on down. A little touch of red over the top. Okay, there's another nice tree. I see him. Little rascals live in your brush. You guys got to push them out. And let's put a touch more of the magic here. There, nice ochre color. All these pretty little bushes, just let them flow off your brush. And some little grassy areas coming down through here. Let's turn that into a nice reflection. Just like so. Okay, now, let's give him a little bit of dirt. There we go. This is straight Van Dyke brown. And onto that, we'll take a little brown and white and give him just a little touch of highlight. Make him look like little stones and rocks playing through here. Okay. Let's put a few little sticks here and there. Here we're just cutting through the paint using the point of the knife. But it shows distance. It shows all these different planes. Okay. put just a little bit of magic white under here, give us a little water line. There we go. And a few little sticks over here. Okay, but you see what you can do in just a few minutes with an almighty brush and an almighty knife and a beautiful painting in your heart. All you have to do is let it out. A few more sticks. There we go. I think we'll call that finished. And I want to thank you very, very much for watching us. I hope to see you again in the near future. Until then, happy painting. Thank you. Hello again. Glad to see you. Thought today we'd do one of these almighty black canvases. It's time we got into doing something on a black canvas. I'd like to show you how you can do a beautiful, beautiful landscape on a black canvas. I've already went ahead, because we are short of time on this show, I've already went ahead and covered the whole canvas with alizarin crimson. Now I'm going to take a little Van Dyke brown and work into the edges, just around the edges. So we already have it covered with alizarin crimson, and now we're putting a little brown on. The whole canvas was covered with a crimson. There we go, just around the corners. Thought today we'd do a beautiful little sunset, and maybe we'll have a little sunset like the sun's gone down behind the hill back there, and we just have a beautiful glow in the sky, and then we'll go from there. And I'm going to take and pull this back and forth to get a nice even distribution of paint, working it up and down, back and forth. There we go. All right. Okay, now we'll start with a 1-inch brush, and we'll use a little bit of cad yellow. Figure out where the sun has just went down, and we're going to start like right here and begin working this paint around. You start in the center and work around and around and around, and already it's picking up the alizarin crimson and it's turning into a beautiful little yellowish orangish glow here. There we go. And we'll start right here and let it work outward. You want it to get darker and darker and darker and darker as it goes out toward the edges. So we always start with the color in here and work outward. There we go. Okay. A little bit of color here. Work it out. And I'm doing this in little bitty X patterns. Back and forth, back and forth. There we go. Okay. Now let's take the big brush and gently, gently hypnotize this. We're still making the little X's. There. Just work that in. And then just enough to take out the brush strokes. Okay. Okay, let's take a little bit of alizarin, a little brown, put it together here on the brush, mix on the brush. And maybe back here in the distance we'll have a little foothill back here. Just let this brush bounce along and play. There we go. Don't let the size of this big brush scare you. It does fantastic things. Okay. Now maybe we'll have some highlights. Take a little yellow and green and a little touch of red here, and we just push some little highlights coming down here. We'll make these little foothills way back in the distance. Okay, put some back over here. There we go. Now we'll take a clean brush and just gently lift up, very, very lightly, just enough to give it an upward swirl. There. Very light, barely touching the canvas. You let 2 or 3 hairs just about touch. Just enough to move the paint a little bit. Okay. Now we'll take a little yellow and a little permanent red mixed together here. And we'll start putting in some reflections. Maybe we'll have a little lake right back here, a little pond. Just lay a little color on and pull this down. There we go. Then just enough to give it a little watery effect. Just ripple it a little. We don't want to destroy it. Okay. Clean the old brushes here, and we'll move right along. Okay, now I'm going to go back into this brown and alizarin. Once again, we're mixing it on the brush. A lot of paint on the brush. Maybe we'll put a little tree standing back here. We'll make this one with a fan brush. There we go. And trees get lonely too, so we'll give him a friend. There. And maybe there's a little one right there. Got 2 big ones, so invariably sooner or later it's going to be a little one. There he is. Let's fill him in, make him just a touch darker. Maybe we'll put a 3rd one right there. Work that in a little bit, create a shadow behind the tree. Okay. Now we'll just, with a knife here, we'll just make a little water line running back through here. These black canvases we cover with a black acrylic. A flat black acrylic paint, and allow it to dry before we start. And the alizarin crimson that we use here is a transparent color, so the black shows through. It looks black, but when you apply color to it, then it really comes alive. Okay, let's start with some almighty trees and stuff. And we'll use a big brush today. And let's have a big old tree right here. I know this may be quite difficult for you to see, but we are putting the general shape of the tree right here. These black canvases make some of the prettiest pictures that you could imagine. And if you're interested in selling paintings and making a happy buck to put in your pocket, these are the ones that really sell. Let's have another tree right over here. Let these limbs just fly out. Fire them in. Maybe a big tree up here. And as you can see, we're really hitting this canvas. We're really pushing the paint into it. You need an almighty easel. The little tiny Tim easels will let you down. This easel is made out of a platform stepladder, and they work very, very well. They're very strong, very simple to build. Okay, we've got that filled in. Let's put some tree trunks here and there. Okay, and we'll put some dark paint right along here. There we go. Just in your mind, wherever you visualize there might be a little trunk, just drop one in. Yeah, mix just a little brown and white so we can put a little touch of highlight on this and make it stand out a little. Like the light's playing through here and touching it. There. And we'll put a trunk right over in this one too. What the devil. Okay. Now, if the sun's here, the light's coming from this direction, this one will be highlighted on the other side. Now, probably in reality, if the sky was this dark, you would have nothing but silhouettes. But that would be a boring picture. This is a lot more fun. Okay, take a little bit of magic white, a little yellow, maybe a touch of phthalo green. And we can put some nice little leaves on all these little bushes. Look how that color stands out against this black background. It just jumps out at you. Okay, now let's put some on this little bush. And some little things growing down in here. Use your imagination, let it go. Let it go. Remember, this is your world. In your world, you can create anything that you desire. Okay, let's do this old big tree here. What's so very nice about these black canvases? If there's a light shining directly on them, they look totally different than if they're without a light. So in essence, it's almost like having two paintings in one. Especially if you hang these after they're finished over a light. So at night, if you turn the light on, it shines up on this. It's remarkable what happens. There we go. All the little bushy areas. Maybe some little touches out here. Okay. Now let's take some more Van Dyke brown. And let's put an almighty tree right here. We'll just let him bend and play and work right on up to here. And there we go. There. Have another little limb coming down through here. And maybe there's some little things happening up here in the leaves. And we'll have a little light playing across here. Just pull that knife sort of swirled so it gives the appearance of it being round. There we go. Now we're ready to put some highlights on these little leaves out here. Okay. And just let the light play through this tree. leaving a lot of dark areas. You need these dark areas to make the tree look round. Don't kill them all. Such a temptation to do a little bit more. I used to work with one art teacher that he had a set of handcuffs that hung in the studio, and he'd walk by and he'd bump you and he'd point at those handcuffs, and that was his way of saying, you're beginning to fiddle it to death. Well, we don't have any handcuffs here today, but stand back and look every once in a while. Don't overwork your picture. You'll fiddle it to death. Okay. This looks like a super place maybe to have a little path that runs up through there. So now I'll take a little Prussian blue and Van Dyke brown, and just very easy here, we'll just make a little path that runs right through this. Got to have a way to get around the lake to catch that big trout that lives out there. Know he's there. Okay. Then we'll put just a little bit of highlight on there. Just let that run down through there and break. You want that paint to break, so it leaves some of those beautiful dark areas in there. There we go. Now, a little bit more magic white here. Just want to thin that paint so it'll stick on top of all of the other paint. Now we can start in here. We'll start putting some nice little bushes that are hanging over the path. So the path just disappears back here behind the big tree. Okay. And these bushes protruding up over the top, push it down into the picture. You need them. They pay you great dividends. And we'll put some on this side of the road over there. Okay, let's make another big tree. Maybe right up through here. We'll just have a big old tree. There he goes. Van Dyke brown. Van Dyke brown's a very nice color. It's almost like a chocolate brown. Very warm. There. Okay, another little limb right there. You know, one thing I'd like to mention while we're putting the highlights on here, if you have questions or comments or anything you'd like to know about what we're doing here, please feel free to drop us a line in care WNVT. And we'll give you the address at the end of the show. And do use us. You know, we're here to help you. If you have problems or if you have questions, anything concerning this method of painting, we'll be glad to work with you and try to help you. Okay. We'll put some highlights up here on this one. A little bit more of the magic. Thin it down just a touch. Okay. Thousands and thousands and thousands of little leaves. Okay. Now, let's go down here and put some little things around the tree. And maybe you can right here say, let's put a little stone. Maybe a little stone just lays right along here. Of course, he's a happy little stone. We don't have any other kind. And we'll make up a little highlight color. Just lay right over there. Like so. Okay. Okay. Now, let's put some... nice one there. Nice one there. Okay, let's have some little bushes right along in here. Now, when you're doing this, load this brush by pulling it in one direction so that it looks like an old shoe on the end. It sort of hangs over. And you put that round part to the top and tilt the brush sort of downward and just push. Just enough to bend the bristles a little bit. Don't fight it. Let the brush do the work. You have the fun. Let the brush work. Okay. Maybe we'll put a nice little sparkler right there, just sort of to break that up a little bit. Okay. Let's lay in a few stems here and there. And all we're doing here is literally just cutting right through the paint using the point of the knife. We literally just cut the paint. There we go. This is one of the paintings that we do in class quite frequently. It's a very effective painting. It teaches you how to use black canvases. It's a lot of fun. And it's extremely, extremely effective. I'll have a few little sticks coming over like so. There we go. And once again, these little twigs and these little sticks show different planes in the picture. It produces the illusion of distance. Use them to your advantage, because the woods are always full of them. And let's see, maybe back here we can just put a little indication of a trunk here and there. Some little sticks. There we go. Okay. Alrighty, I think this one's just about ready that we can sign it. So I'll use a very thin oil here, and we'll just take and use the liner brush, and you mix this paint till it's like water. And if you mix it very, very thin, curl that brush as you pull it out, twist it so it brings it to a point. And it's just like you were writing. You don't have to wait till the painting is dry. Okay. There. This same technique is also very good if you want to put some nice little sticks and limbs in that you wanted to draw in. You use the oil to get the paint thin, and then maybe we could come right across, and because a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. There. Just let these little things happen here and there. Okay. One of the things that we're trying to do as we travel around and teach this almighty method is we're trying to gather up an army of teachers. And soon we'll have teachers that travel this entire beautiful country teaching this fantastic method of painting. And if you would like to have some information, drop us a line. Once again, we'll show you the address at the end of the show. And soon we'll have information on teachers that are all the way across this country. Teachers that we can guarantee that can teach this fantastic method. Okay. I think now we'll just put a couple little things here and there. Put another little stick or two. I hope you've painted along with us and you've enjoyed this half as much as we have. We really enjoy doing these black canvases. They are extremely, extremely effective, and you'll find that they bring a nice warm glow to your heart. These can be done in a multitude of colors. You can cover them with any color that's transparent. We can use the Prussian blue, sap green, any of these colors, or combinations of colors. Later on in this series, we'll we'll do a winter picture on a black canvas, and I'll show you how you can put the moon in the sky and let the light play across the snow, and you have the almighty mountains and stuff. And I think you'll find these black canvases can do fantastic things. We also are going to do some pictures in the series where we paint the canvas with one color. Instead of putting the magic white on the canvas, we'll paint it, for example, with sap green. And we'll paint beautiful pictures by doing that. There's a multitude of things that can be done with this. Use it, experiment with it, go with it. Just let your heart be your guide. Let your imagination take you anywhere that you want to go. Let it go. Okay? Alrighty, I think we're going to call that picture finished. And once again, we want to thank you very much for watching us. And from all of us here at WNVT, happy painting. Thank you very much. Hello, glad to see you again. Today I thought we'd do an almighty winter picture, and I want to put a great deal of emphasis on the sky and how we make big billowy fluffy clouds that just roll and lay up in the sky here. So I've already covered the canvas with magic white, and I'm going to start with sort of a gray color here made by mixing a little Prussian blue, a little brown, and a little white, and we're just going to start gently working this and let it go. There we go. We'll just sort of work it around and around here. This is a winter sky. Bad weather's coming in. Okay, here we go. Now we just sort of bring all this together. But we want this swirling, churning action here. And then very lightly back in here. Okay. Now we'll take our fan brush with a little bit of white, and we'll put just a touch of permanent red with it here. Okay, a little bit of magic white. Now we're going to start way back in the back. The cloud farthest away first. And we'll start working this. There we go. Okay. And you keep this brush moving all the time. Just let it dance and play and have fun up through there. Okay. Very gently we'll blend that. Okay, now we're ready to start working it. Always doing the thing that's farthest away first and working forward. There. Okay. Hypnotize that a little bit, very gently. We don't want to destroy what we've worked so hard to put in here. We just want to blend it together. There. Okay, and today I'm using two fan brushes. One so I can work with the darks, the other one with the lights. Okay, we'll throw some old gray clouds in here that are sneaking around and having fun too. There he comes. And maybe there's an old gray one just sort of laying out here like this. Okay. And we'll work this one just a little touch. Into another little white cloud here. And by the time I've got down this low, I'm getting away from the pink that I had. I just want the pink in the top to give indication that sunlight's playing through there. And all these beautiful clouds just happen right up here in the sky. Clouds used to be something that drove me crazy when I was a traditional painter. You'd work for days and days to make big fluffy clouds. And here you just sort of let it happen. Don't worry about it. Don't try to plan them. Ah, there's another nice one. Because clouds are free. They have no boundaries. They come and go as they please. Let's see. Really pushing that paint into the canvas. You want to grind the value right into the materials. When we're talking about canvas, one of the things to look for when you're buying a canvas to paint this technique is look for a canvas that's acrylic primed. That'll hold the magic white on there longer. Keep it wet longer. And we depend on this being wet throughout the painting. Maybe just another little fluffy right in here. Just wherever. Just let it happen. Don't worry about it. There we go. And here we're just putting some brush strokes in to indicate light coming through there. Okay, maybe laying up here in the clouds, we have some little mountains that are just laying in here. Okay, we want these to blend right into nothing. We're going to lay these right in the clouds. Okay, we'll have a little light playing down through here. Just bouncing around, having fun. There. Right up to this peak. I want these to be far, far away, just about disappearing right into the sky. And we're going to diffuse them by just tap, tap, tapping right along. Always following the angles here, just tapping. And then we'll gently hypnotize them so they just disappear right on back into the picture. Okay. Now we can just lay clouds all around them. Just set them down in there. Okay, we'll work those a little bit. Maybe a little touch of gray in here. Okay. Now when you're at home doing this and have unlimited time, you can put a great deal more detail in here. This is just to give you an idea of how it's done. Okay. Let's have an almighty mountain. Let's come all the way down. What the heck? He just comes right up through here. Very little paint. We're really pushing this paint into the canvas. Okay, then we'll pull that down. This makes the next layer of paint stick better. I'm going to add just a little touch of Prussian blue here. Just so we have some shadows under the snow. Okay. Now we can put some almighty snow coming all the way down through this mountain here. And we're just going to let it run and play. Just let it go. There. Okay, see how easy that is? Just let it flow in there. And we'll run some right along this mountain peak. And maybe here, since our light's coming from here, this one's going to be highlighted from the other side. We'll create a little valley maybe right down through there. Okay, we can lay in some shadows here using just some Prussian blue and white. There we go. So see any place you want a ridge to stand up, all you have to do is lay a shadow underneath it, and automatically it's right there. And some shadows running down behind this one. Okay. Now with a clean dry brush, I'm going to diffuse this, lay it in the mist. I want this to be misty in the back, like it's very, very, very cold. Where I live in Fairbanks, it's not unusual for it to get 60 or 70 degrees below zero. And it's always very, very misty. We have ice fog that forms and lays in between the trees. It's cold, but it's beautiful. So, okay. Now, let's take here a little bit of the gray color, and I'm going to lighten it up just a little bit with a little titanium white. There, nice color. Load this brush full of paint, and we'll put a little tree way back in the distance here. And I thought today we'd make these little trees with the fan brush. We can make them with a fan brush, 1-inch brush, 2.5-inch brush. Today I thought we'd do it with this. You want these to be very quiet, very subdued, to give the illusion of distance. Okay, maybe there's another one right there. And we can start laying in a little bit of snow here. You see how that color comes through, and we use that to make the shadow effect. As I say, I want to lay this in mist, so I'm just going to gently tap this. I want it to be far away and misty. Now we'll come forward just a little bit. Drop in some more little trees here. There we go. Just go back and forth with your fan brush, and you're sort of bending these bristles downward. And however many trees you want. This is your world, so you can put as many trees in it as you want. But you notice these trees are a little darker than the first ones we put in. Okay. Now, let's mist these up just a little bit. All I'm doing is just tapping. And I'll lift it a little. Maybe we got a few little bushes growing right around here that just covered with snow. Okay. So we'll put some magic white and some titanium white. Mix them together. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And then we'll just put these little sparklers here, just little snow-covered bushes. And we'll put a few little sticks in here. Okay, let's move over to this side and see what we can put in here. Trees are closer to you, they're going to be getting a little bigger. There. And you need to, when you're making these evergreen trees here, you need to leave spots open in between the limbs. Birds have got to have a place to sit, and wind's got to get through. So don't kill all those. Get away from the little Christmas tree things we used to make when we were kids in school. Trees don't grow even, they don't grow straight. However, it makes them happy. According to the weather, the conditions, amount of heat or cold, all these things affect the way a tree looks. Okay. Maybe we want one right in the front. I just made this a little darker so he stands out. Little baby tree right there. See, because he's a little darker now, he shows. Otherwise, he wouldn't show. He'd just lay in there and be quiet, and you'd never know he was there. Now we know he's there. Okay. Gonna tap this just gently. And let's have this come down like this. We'll just make another little thing coming right down through here. Change the angle. Okay. Pull that right through. This is a very cold picture. I may have to go get my coat here in a second. It's about to freeze me to death. There we go. And as you can see, where the paint breaks, shadows automatically happen in the snow. It's very rare that snow is pure white. You always have the shadows, and you have some dirt that shows through and all those little things. Okay, we'll have some of those nice little snow-covered bushes on this side too. Don't want this side to get jealous. Okay, a little magic white, a little plain white. There we go. Nice little snow-covered bushes. Maybe if we had such a beautiful scene, maybe we need a little cabin about here. We have to have a little hunter's cabin or something right out through here. So first I'll take and scrape off the basic shape. This gets rid of all the loose paint, the thinner paint, so we'll have something to work on here. And we'll take that off. It's also a very good way to lay in your cabin, to work on the perspective and to lay it out exactly the way you want it. And just a general shape. The big thing is to get the loose paint off. Okay, now we'll take a little Van Dyke brown and we'll paint this back eave back here. Just like so, nice and dark. There we go. And we'll lay a roof on here. Just a little bitty cabin out here in the woods. A little snow on the other side. Maybe the snow's pretty thick, so we'll lay it on there nice and thick so it looks strong. And we'll put the front on. Okay. Son of a gun, there he comes. Okay, let's make this an old cabin. So we'll just make it weather-beaten old boards. Lay some shadows on top of that. This is Van Dyke brown again. I'm just sort of alternating back and forth between brown and white to make it look very, very old. This old hunter, he went out after a moose that was too big, and he ran off with him. So the old cabin's just standing here abandoned. Better put a door in it, though. Maybe a passing hunter would like to stay here overnight. There we go. Yeah, we'll make this an old slab cabin. We'll just put some boards right in there. Okay. And you can, if you want to push this back a little bit, we can put a darker color on here first. And we'll just push this cabin right back into the bushes a little bit. And we'll have some little bushes growing right down like that. A little bit of magic. Okay. Maybe when this old fella lived here, maybe he had a little fence that ran back. Might have had a animal or two he kept in here. So let's just put a little fence. And this little fence, it's running over the hill. We'll just let it go right on back over the hill. Just see the top of that one. And a little bit of highlight. Then a little bit of snow on top of the post. There we go. Okay, and then we can run some wire right down this and let it disappear right over the hill. Like so. Okay, maybe a couple little bushes out here in the front. And I think we need some icicles. So we'll do just straight magic white, and we'll pull down some little icicles here. Using the liner brush. This is a number 2 script liner. Whew, it's getting colder already. Okay, smooth out the snow a little. And let's put a few more little sticks here and there. This is truly an almighty mountain. There we go, a few little sticks here and there. Maybe here and there little indications. Okay. Just here and there. We don't want to overdo. We want this to look very soft, very misty. Far, far away. Okay. Take a little thin oil here, and we'll just sign this happy little picture. And I hope in the last 30 minutes we have shown you something that you can do very quickly, a way to make some almighty clouds, almighty mountains, some fantastic things using very, very limited palette. We've used mostly blue, brown, and white in this picture. Almost nothing else at all. But it's a very effective picture. And it has a tremendous sky. You can work on this sky. Once again, you have unlimited time at home. You can take this sky to points that are almost unbelievable. You can work it. You can alternate between darks and lights in the sky. You can make skies that almost look like religious skies, that things are going to come through. Practice it. Work with it. Don't give up on it. All you need is a dream in here that you want to put on there. And we thank you very, very much for being with us today. Once again, if you have questions, if you have comments, feel free to drop us a line. We'll be glad to answer any question that we can. From all of us here, happy painting. Thank you very, very much for watching. Well, welcome back. Glad to see you again today. I thought today we'd do something a little different, and I've taken the liberty of going ahead and covering the canvas with a complete layer of sap green. And to that, I'm going to add a little Prussian blue right on the bottom here. And we just start at the bottom and work up so that it gets lighter and lighter as we go up. There we go. I thought today would make a happy little stream. It's just sort of running through the woods here. There. Okay, we just work this blue back and forth so it graduates in value as it goes up. Okay. Now, let's take Let's use this brush. And we'll take a little bit of cad yellow and let's make a light source in here. And we'll just do this by making little X patterns. There we go. Just work it around, around, around so it gets darker and darker as it goes out from the center. Maybe a touch more. Always starting in the light area and working outward. There we go. Just back and forth, little X's. Okay, now we'll take the big brush and very gently we'll hypnotize this. There. Just let it blend outward. So that we sort of have a light source. That's all we're looking for here. Now, still using the big brush, we'll go right back into the sap green. And we'll do some basic tree shapes here. And we push the paint into the canvas. Just really push it. There we go. You need an almighty easel when you're doing this because you're really, really pressing the paint into the canvas. Okay. Maybe we'll have another big tree right in here. Okay, there it is. Isn't that fantastic? You can just push a tree right out of your brush like that. Maybe we'll have another tree here. No use stopping. We're having so much fun here with these trees. Okay. And already we have a basic shape to work with. We really don't plan these paintings. We let them happen. We just sort of decide where we want basic shapes and work from there. Okay, let's take the almighty knife, little Van Dyke brown and white mixed together. And we'll put some trunks in these almighty trees. And all we're going to do is touch and sort of pull a little bit. Let them get wider as they go down. There we are. And maybe we'll have another trunk hiding back in here somewhere. Just make all kind of little tree things happen here. This is sort of different in the paintings we've done previously because this painting has no magic white on it. All we do is start with the sap green, completely cover the canvas, work the Prussian blue from the bottom upward to make it darker in the foreground. These are the kind of things that we continually look for, new ideas, new ways of using this fantastic technique. And these ideas we put out continually to all the people that enjoy this type of painting. We have a little quarterly newsletter that we use to put these ideas out to people so they are current in what's happening. Okay, let's just have another almighty trunk right down through here. And maybe we'll highlight these just a little bit with a little plain white. Just think where the light would strike and run through here and have fun. There we go. Okay, over on this side now, the light's going to come from the opposing direction, opposite direction. Just a little here and there. Okay, now we'll take a 1-inch brush and a little bit of magic white. And we'll start with some yellow and a touch of phthalo green. Remember that a thin paint will stick to a thick paint, so we thinned it just a little bit with a little magic white, and then we just push out all these thousands of little leaves. There they come. There they are. Isn't that fantastic? Welcome back. Today I thought we'd do a painting that's right out of the heart of Alaska. We're going to start with a black canvas which I've already covered with a coat of Van Dyke brown and Prussian blue. And these colors are transparent, so it'll still look black. In this painting, we want to show the moon in the sky with some happy little clouds floating around. We'll put some almighty mountains, some beautiful frost-colored bushes, and we'll see what happens from there. I'm going to start with a little titanium white, and we'll start right up here where we want the moon to be, and just make little X's, and just start working them around. You want to start from the center and work outward so the light gets progressively darker as it moves away from the moon. And we'll go out in this direction so that it hits the curvature of the earth and bounces back up. Okay, there we go. Now already you should be able to see how the white paint is beginning to pick up the color underneath. And we'll just blend this together. There we go. Okay. Now we don't want to let this get too bright. We still want it to look like night when we're finished. So just work it around and around and all the way out to the edges. And we'll do a little over in here. Now then, we'll take the large brush and very gently we'll bring this together just by making little X patterns. There we go. Now, makes all the little actions in the sky. Across. Now let's put the moon in. And we'll do that by taking a clean brush and we'll load it full of white paint and we go right straight into the canvas where we want the moon to be. And we push quite hard and push the paint right into the canvas. Just turn it. There. Okay, then with a knife, very carefully, we'll take off just the excess paint. Let me clean this old big brush out here. There we go. Now, very gently, we'll bring this together. Just work it back and forth. And create the illusion of a moon sitting up here in the sky. Okay. Now then, let's put some happy little clouds in here. And we'll use the almighty Fran brush and we'll just use this blue and brown color and load it full of paint, and we'll take, just using the corner, and we'll put in some happy little clouds. Just let one float right across the moon here. A lot of paint on the brush. Okay. There we go. Now maybe you can, let's say right up here, we'll put another happy little cloud. A little sneaky cloud running around here at night. There we go. And you're pushing this paint into the canvas. Really work it into the canvas. Maybe down here we've got some little delicate clouds that are just floating around. Very small little clouds. There we go. Just lay them in. Okay. Now let's clean the fan brush. And wipe him dry. And we'll take a little bit of titanium white mixed with just a little bit of the same color. And we'll push some highlights in here. Just take the fan brush and just work the corners. Just the corner of the brush. And just push some paint right in here. There. A little light playing across the top of this cloud. Maybe right along here. This is your world, so wherever you want light to strike this cloud, let it happen. Okay, and let's put some highlights right along these little ones right here. And we're pushing quite hard with this. We want to, once again, we want to push the color right into the material if possible. There we go. Now, on this cloud up here, since it's above the moon, the light's going to strike the bottom of it. So we'll put the highlights on the bottom rather than on the top. There. Maybe a nice little thing right out through here like that. light striking around up in here. Just a little something playing. Okay, now we'll take the big brush. Be sure it's dry and clean. And we're just going to gently hypnotize this, just to bring it together. Isn't that fantastic? Look at that. Look at all the little things that happened in this cloud. This is unplanned. It really just happens. You really can't control what's going to happen here. Don't try to. Don't fight it. Use what happens. Okay, let's make a happy little mountain now. We'll take some blue and some brown, still using the same color. And we'll draw in our basic mountain shape here. Here we go. Really push. Really forcing that paint into the material. Maybe we'll make this one come up a little higher so we can see clouds behind it. Okay, we'll use a large brush and pull that paint down. This removes any excess that we have left on the canvas, because we're trying to get all the paint off the canvas that we possibly can. Clean the brush. Once again, we clean the brush with odorless paint thinner. Now let's put some snow on the mountain. We'll take some titanium white and just a little touch of blue. Just a little blue. Okay. And let's let some snow just run right down this mountain. Just let it break and play. This is a very delicate touch. Very light touch. You're almost touching the canvas with a knife. Oh, here's a nice little ridge. Let's let this little ridge just play around like that. And there we go. And we'll put a little bit of light right on this little peak. Let it just break and play. Now we're going to use blue and white mixed to a darker value for the shadow. And we'll start right here and let this just follow right along. Let it go. Okay. And we'll put a little shadow behind this one. There we are. Maybe all the way over here, a little shadow. Each highlight needs its own private shadow. And we can bring this down a little further. As you work on these mountains, you begin seeing all kinds of little things happening. Use what you see. Don't plan it. And maybe we'll put a little ridge right here. Oh, there's another one. I see him right there. There he is. Okay, now let's lay the bottom of these mountains into a little bit of mist. Clean, dry brush, and all we're going to do is tap. Always following the angles that we've created in the mountain. Down like so. Just tap. Okay, over here we'll follow these angles and tap in this direction. Okay, a little bit here. Then we're going to lift upward just enough to take out the little tap marks. There we go. Okay, now we're getting a nice little misty effect over here. There, we just work that right out. And we're ready to come forward. We've created some almighty mountains in just a few minutes here. Okay. Now we'll take a little more of the blue and brown, and back to one of our golden rules. You need dark in order to show light. So we're going to start by putting some dark on here. We load a lot of paint into the brush, and we just push some little bushes right out of the brush. There he comes. There he is. Just putting some dark on so we'll have some light showing. Okay, now we can take a brush. We use a little bit of magic white and a little bit of plain white. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint, so we're thinning the paint just a little bit. Then we're going to push some beautiful little snow-covered trees way back in the distance on here. There, look at those son of a guns. There they are. Just hundreds of little trees, little bushes, all these things happening way back there. Okay, now we'll take the big brush and clean it up a little bit. And when we have all these nice bushes here, we need some reflections. So we take a clean brush, just a little bit of white paint on it, and we'll pull that down. Just grab a hold, pull. Make these nice streaks. This is mixing with the color that we have underneath, the blue and the brown. And these lines need to be straight down for reflections. Isn't that a fantastic way to make reflections? Now we'll go across just enough to give it a watery effect. We don't want to destroy all those lines. We just want to make it look like it's in the water. Okay. Let's lay a little touch of snow along there. And we'll just take the knife with a little paint. Just put some little snow right along. Ooh, better get your coat out. This is going to be a cold painting. I may have to go find my old mucklucks and put them on. In Alaska, we have a word for people who have came to the great country and have only been there a short period of time. And it's called chichako. And if you've been in Alaska less than a year, you're a chichako. So maybe you learn a new word today. And where I live, it's not unusual for it to get 60, 70 degrees below zero. We have a thing in nature that happens. It's called ice fog. Normally it has to be about 30 below or colder. And this ice fog coats everything, every little branch, with little crystals of ice that weigh almost nothing. But they create unbelievable beauty. Light plays through these little crystals and acts as little prisms and breaks up the light. And you see all the fantastic colors shining and shimmering. And it is really something. Okay, here I'm just scratching right through the paint. Make it look like little trunks. Alrighty, let's take the almighty fan brush. Now, during this series we have made trees with a 2.5-inch brush, with a 1-inch brush, and a fan brush. So all of these brushes you can use to create almighty trees. Today we're going to try the fan brush. Load a lot of paint into the brush. Figure out where you'd like to have a beautiful little tree and just touch. And then just using the corner of the brush, just begin building some little limbs on here. There we go. And we're still using the blue and the brown. Come right down there. That looks like a good place for a tree. And we'll push some paint right into the canvas. Okay, maybe we need one over here that's sort of tired, sort of leaning over a little bit. In nature, trees grow in every direction. And we'll put another one right here. These trees are so much fun, I get started on them, I have a hard time stopping. And we'll put another one right there. As we work forward, we want these trees to begin getting much larger to show distance in this painting. In so many of the techniques where people paint very rapidly, the paintings are very flat, very overworked, washed out looking. In this technique, you can create depth that is unbelievable, distance in paintings. And this is how we do it. we use size, we use color. All of these things combine together to create the illusion of distance in a painting. Alrighty, well, let's do some more trees. We'll put some on the other side over here. Put an almighty tree up here. There he is. Very dark. Okay, just let that tree just come right out of your fan brush. Trees live in your fan brush, but you have to scare them out. And it takes a little practice. The first time it's going to be a little touchy. The next time it gets easier. Each time you do it, you learn from it. You progress. I've painted for 20 years and I'm still learning. Every day I learn. Spend time studying nature. If you wish to paint nature, you must understand nature. Talk to trees, look at the birds, whatever it takes. Okay, now then, let's do an almighty tree, big tree. We'll come right over in here. Okay, here he comes. Big old tree. You got your coat out yet? You may need it here any second. Now, the paintings like this on the black canvas, you can do a multitude of things with this. Multitude. You can use all different colors. All you're looking for is a color that's transparent so the black shows through. Use this black to your advantage. I'll have another tree right there. There we go. There are a lot of people we have taught to do these black canvas that are absolutely making a living out of it now. And we have literally taught thousands and thousands of people to be almighty painters, to create things of beauty they never dreamed possible. And you can do it too. You can do it. Just jump right in here and paint along with us. We'll teach you how to do it. We'll make a happy painter out of you also. Okay, I think that's enough trees for right now. Let's take a little bit of white and blue mixed together. Looking for dark blue here. And let's go right into this area here and let's put some happy little bushes and trees back in here. All this is the shadow color. We put the shadow on first and then we'll highlight it. And while we got the shadow in here, let's put some right into the water. And we'll just reflect some of this right in here. Okay, now, let's have some bushes over on this side also. Just start bringing this painting together. Now, at home you have unlimited time. You can sit and come up with all kind of fantastic things to do in this. You can put tremendous detail. Here we are limited on time, so we're trying to give you ideas. We're not trying to just give you something to copy. We're trying to give you an idea to teach you a technique so that you can use this and make unbelievable things. Back into the magic white and the titanium white, and we'll make some happy little bushes here. Look how that color stands out against the black. There we go. And as you work more and more with this, you will know just by pulling the brush through the correct consistency of the paint, if it's too thin, if it's too thick. It's only a matter of time where you can pull the brush through that paint and almost tell what brand it is. Now we'll just come across. We're going to turn this into beautiful little reflections. And while we got the brush loaded here, let's do this one right here. Big tree here. There we go. A little more of the magic white. And we'll come right down here and put a happy little bush. Now, let's reflect these right into the water. Just let them reflect. Okay, clean off the brush. That's the most fun of painting, is beating your brush. It's a good way to get rid of all your anxieties and hostilities. Look at those reflections. But it's a very gentle touch. Now we take a little bit of white paint. We'll just put some snow in here for all these things to sit on. There we go. Okay, a little bit of dark paint. We'll put some trunks in, some stems. There we are. This sort of gives the tree body, gives it shape, and it also shows distance in a painting. Use these to your advantage. Okay, take a little magic white and make us a water line under here. Just use a thin paint to make your water line. It'll flow off the knife. Alrighty. There we go. Nice little water line. Okay, let's put some happy little bushes over here on the other side now. And we'll start right here. Put a nice one there. Leave a lot of these dark areas showing. Be careful that you don't cover them all up. Your painting will get very, very flat. Look at all the snow on those. Okay. And work them in layers so you have distance in here. Do one bush at a time. Okay, we'll put a few little sticks in here. Okay. Now then, let's lay a little snow onto this side. Just using straight titanium white. This is very firm. And let it break so you have shadows showing through. Just like when we do the mountains, let it break. Okay, there we go. And we lay the snow in like so. Now maybe there was an old trapper that lived out here, and one day he went to check his beaver traps, and maybe he fell into the river here and drowned, but his old cabin's still here. So let's draw an old cabin, and I suggest you scrape it with a knife first. Scrape out the basic shape. It gets rid of the thin, loose paint underneath. It's also a good way to lay out your general shape of your cabin, get your perspective right. There we go. Just very basic shape, that's all we're looking for. Big thing is to get rid of all that loose paint. Now we'll take some Van Dyke brown, and we'll do the far eave out here first. There we go. Now we'll take some titanium white, and let's lay some snow on the roof. Bring us all together. There we go. Now we need to have a little snow on the other side of the roof, so we'll just take a little white on the knife and lay it in like so. A little more brown, and we'll begin putting all this together. There we go. What a fantastic way to make a little cabin. And if you want to make it look even older, you can take just a little bit of the white paint and let it just sort of bounce along here. Very gently. Just let it touch and bounce. A little more dark to create the shadows on top. Ooh, look at that. Look how old that wood looks. It's a super way to make old buildings and stuff if you ever want to try it. Okay, I think we need a door in here now. Somebody might come along and need to stay in this old cabin, so he's got to have a way to get in. There we go. And we'll take and put some highlights around the door just by using the knife. And probably when this old trapper lived here, he's just like all the rest of us. He ran out of room. So he probably built him a little shed out here. So we'll just build us a little shed. Just bring a little snow for the roof first. There we go. Just like so. Take a little bit of dark paint. A little brown. And we need a wall over here, so we'll just drop it in. There. Okay, let's make this an old slab cabin, so we'll just cut in some slabs here with the point of the knife. There we go. And we can take a little white and clean this all up. Right now you should begin having a painting that's beginning to take shape, beginning to look well. Should be very happy with it. And I think we've said it before, but painting should do one thing for you. It should create happiness in your heart. It should make you happy. Let's put a little bush right here. Just let a few of these run down. Maybe another little bush right here to sort of push this cabin back into the painting. Right along like that. Okay, we need some highlights on this little bush. There we go. Okay, and we'll cut a few little sticks here and there. We're just cutting right through the light paint, letting the dark show through. All right. This painting's beginning to get close to being done. Let's take the fan brush here. Now normally I would leave these trees very dark. I want to take a little bit of blue and just tap a little so you can see them a little better at home. Just to give you an idea. Normally I leave them very, very dark so they really give the impression of nighttime. Like so. Okay, just here and there. Just a few little highlights. There. And just a few over here. Like so. There we go. Alrighty, I think we're going to sign this painting and call it finished. Take a little of the thin oil and let's sign him right here. I hope you've enjoyed this painting. It is a great deal of fun. We have certainly enjoyed being with you today. And I hope you've painted along with us and you also have an almighty painting. All you need is the dream in your heart and the desire to put it on canvas. Until next time, we wish you happy painting. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome back. I thought today we'd do an almighty picture that had some huge mountains in it, and maybe today we'll also work a little bit on putting some clouds floating in front of the mountains. This is always something that's very difficult to do, so I'll try to show you how to do that. And I hope you have a canvas set up on your almighty easel and cool drink at hand, and let's go here. I'm going to start with a little bit of alizarin crimson and a touch of Prussian blue. And maybe we'll just make a sky that's sort of a lavender type and sort of test it. There we go. I already have magic white on the canvas. So we're just literally mixing paint right here on the canvas. Okay. And we'll just bring this down to about like so. There we go. Now I'll go into just a little Prussian blue. We'll lay this right in like so. There we go. Okay. And while we have the old brush dirty here, I'll take a little phthalo green and Prussian blue, and we'll lay in some water here. Okay. And already we have a masterpiece for Museum of Modern Art somewhere. Okay, now we'll clean the old brush. Be sure it's good and dry. And then this is just a clean, dry brush, and we're just going to bring these two colors together here. Okay. Just so you have a nice blending. You don't want to be able to tell where one stops and the other one starts. And we'll hypnotize it and sort of blend it out. Okay, now let's take the fan brush, a little bit of titanium white mixed with a touch of permanent red, just to give it a little pinkish hue. We don't want to set these clouds on fire. All we want to do is give it just a little hue here, just a little pinkish hue. And we'll push us in some nice little clouds here. You're pushing very hard just to push the value right into the canvas. And maybe we'll put a little cloud floating around right here. Okay. And we'll take and gently, gently, gently blend that together. Very light, delicate touch. Don't overwork these clouds. Very, very easy to overwork them. And we'll hypnotize them. Okay, let's build us an almighty mountain. We'll take a little bit of blue and some brown, a touch of alizarin, and a little bit of white. There we go. And mix your color marbly. Don't mix it dead. Okay, let's start way up here. Put us an almighty mountain. Maybe there's a nice little peak over here. Let this drop down. And we're really pushing this paint into the canvas. Maybe we'll have another little peak over in here. And we'll take off all the excess paint. Take a big brush and pull that down just to make sure we've got all the paint off of it that can come off. All we want to leave is the value in the canvas, the color. Okay. Now we'll start with a little bit of titanium white, and I'm going to mix a little bit of brown and blue with it just to gray it down. Just a little bit. And we can start putting some highlights on this almighty mountain. Maybe we'll have a little peak rolling right down through there. Okay, maybe a little lights hitting right up here. And for a shadow color, we'll take a little bit of blue and brown and white, mixed to a little darker value. And we'll just lay us some shadows right in here. Okay, and each little highlight needs its own private shadow. Maybe we'll add another little peak here. This is your mountain, so you can add what you want to on it. Okay. Now let's diffuse the bottom of it. And here we're just gently tapping. Don't want to destroy, just diffuse. And then we'll pull just to take out the little tap marks. Okay, now we'll lay some clouds on top of the mountain. And I've added a little bit of magic white with my paint, just to make it a little bit thinner. Because you remember our golden rule here, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So maybe we'll have a little cloud here that just floats right across the mountain. Okay. Maybe right up here there's one too. Seems like I remember one up here. Okay. Now very carefully we'll blend this in. Super light touch here. Okay, let's take and let's work on this peak now. Just let him travel down and just come right down in the foreground here. Okay, give him a few little shadows so he stands out as an individual. And maybe a few little shadows in here. Okay, and once again we'll diffuse this just to lay some mist in here. And now maybe another little layer of clouds. We'll add a little more magic white to keep the paint thin. And maybe this one just drops right out of the sky here. And plays around the bottom. There we go. Just nice soft little clouds. Okay, this is a very, very delicate touch. There. And maybe we'll just take and maybe there's another little stone right in here that travels around. Just to show you how to continually bring things forward here. And we need this to be a little darker than the background back here. And we'll lay some highlights right on here. Let that paint break. Let it break so you have all these little holes in it. Let some of the dark show through. There we go. And maybe just a few little clouds, little misty areas floating around in here. This creates a tremendous illusion of distance. Makes things far, far away. Okay, now we'll just hypnotize this a little touch. And it's vitally important when you're doing this at home that you use a paint that's very, very firm. Otherwise, you have nothing that's thinner to go over the top of it. So be sure to use a very firm paint. Okay, let's mix this up a little color. We'll add a little sap green, a little more blue in here. Maybe just a touch more alizarin. There we go, nice color. And don't mix it dead. Remember not to mix it dead. And we'll take this old big brush and let's put us some little foothills right in here. And don't let the size of this big brush scare you away. Use it. It does fantastic things. Okay, now I'm going to give it just a little upward sweep to make it look like little trees way back in the distance. There we go. And then we'll tap a little bit here just to lay some mist in between these. We'll have two of them, I think. Okay, now we'll add a little more of the brown and a little more of the blue just to darken it up a little bit here. All the same colors, blue, brown, little alizarin, sap. Just to make it a little bit darker so it'll look like it's in front. There we go. And we'll lay another little ridge of foothills right down through there. We'll give those a little upward swirl, just barely touching the canvas here. Okay. Now we can start coming forward. And we'll take a little bit of sap green mixed with a little bit of alizarin, and then I'll mix that into some yellow. Make sort of a dirty green color. And we'll start putting some little trees that are way back here. Load a lot of paint in your brush and just push upward. There. All these little things happening way back in the distance. And maybe just a little touch of yellow right here. And just let this blend right with the color that you have. Let it go. Okay. Now I'm going to take and pull just the edges down. Don't overwork this because you're working with yellow into the blue water and it'll just turn a bright green on you. Just pull it down, hypnotize it a little bit, and leave it alone. Okay. Yeah, we can put a few little sticks here and there. Just cutting through the paint is all we're doing. Make it look like little trunks way back in the distance. Okay. We'll take just a little touch of phthalo green mixed with a cad yellow and a little bit of permanent red. And we'll put some highlights on these trees. Just where the sun's running through there and sparkling on top of them. There we go. Okay, now some straight Van Dyke brown. And we just lay us a little bit of dirt and gravel and stuff in here. Okay. This isn't straight magic white, and we're just going to lay it right underneath here, just to give us a little water line. Now, when you're doing this at home, you'll have a lot more time than we do here. You can take your time and put in all the little fantastic details that you want to back here. Okay, let's begin moving this in a little bit closer, using the same colors. And we'll just start coming forward. Maybe we need a nice, tall little tree right here. Okay, let's put us a little bush over here also. Can't leave this side out. There we go. Just lay that in. You know, we'd love to hear from you and love to hear how you're doing with all this and if it's helping you. So we'd like to know what you want to see on these shows. If you want to see different things painted, different techniques, we'd also maybe like to in the future bring some of the better instructors that we have met across the United States, and maybe we'll have them demonstrate some unbelievable techniques that can be done. But we need to know what you want, so let us know. Okay, now let's take a little bit of the brown and we'll just lay some little trunks near in there. And maybe we'll give this little bush one here. Okay. And we'll put some highlights on that. Still fascinates me how this works and how beautifully it works. Okay, let's see. Maybe we need a little... There, that's it. And down in here we need some little bushes that are hiding underneath this bigger one. And we'll put some little reflections in the water. There we go. Little red fireball there. Okay. A little touch more of the magic white just to thin it down a touch. Let's go over here and put some nice little highlights on this tree. There we go. Leave a lot of these dark areas in here. They create the shadows that you need so desperately. And we'll put a little color right here for reflections. And we can lay a little color right on top to give us nice, beautiful reflections. Okay, right there. Okay. Now, let's take a little more of the straight brown. And a little bit right along here. We'll just draw in some little bit of shore. Little bank here. Okay. Lay a little highlight on top of that. Touch here. Okay, let's see what we got going here. Looks like we have a lot of space up in here that we really need to do something with. So let's do this. This is alizarin crimson, a little bit of sap green. Whew. Now we got to do something up here, since we throwed all this color in here. Okay. There we go. Maybe we'll put a little bit right out here too. Looks so good, we might as well not stop. Okay, and we'll take a little bit of Van Dyke brown and let's do us an almighty tree coming right up through here. There he is. Okay, and you're just sort of pulling this sideways to lay the paint right on the canvas. Let it pull off the knife. And maybe we can give him some little arms out here. There we go. And there's another one. And maybe this is a separate little entity. Little tree by itself growing down here. Just a little sprout off the big one. Okay. Now we can put some highlights on these leaves. And just let it touch. Bend the bristles just the least little bit. There we go. A few over here. Isn't that fantastic that you can create an almighty tree that fast? Okay, we'll put a little highlight here on this one too. Don't want him to feel left out. Let's put a little something on here to give us a feel of bark. Just here and there. There we go. Let's see. Maybe over here. Let's be brave. Let's put an old dead tree right up through here. And this old tree is tired. He's just about to fall down. Not too much left for him. Okay, we'll give him a little tired arm. Okay, there we go. And here and there. Just let these happen. Okay. Good. Maybe another little stick right there. Alrighty. Now maybe we'll do something a little touch different here. I'm going to take a little bit of the permanent red and sort of highlight this old tree. Just run it down through there. There we go. And if we wanted to make a few more little branches on this tree, we can take a little bit of the thin oil and thin this down, and we can lay just a few more little branches here and there. Just a few that's hanging on. Most of them have already fallen off. Okay, now we'll put something here to cover up his foot so it pushes him back down in there. Let's do the same thing over here. Need to push him back into the picture. And maybe we can take a little more of the sap green and alizarin combination, and let's do this. Maybe we'll just project this right on out toward us here. Okay, we'll give him some highlights. Okay, there we go. And by now, if you're painting at home with us, you should begin having a picture that's getting close to being completed. Should have lifted your spirits up very high. And ready to go to another one. Welcome back. Today I thought we'd do a little picture that's a little different than what we've been doing. And today I want to emphasize how to do several ranges of mountains and have some in the background that are very quiet, very distant, and then come forward with it, and we'll see what happens here. I've already prepared the canvas with a layer of magic white, just brushed in both directions. Okay, we'll start with a little bit of Prussian blue, and we really work it into the bristles of the brush. And we'll start right at the top, working across. And we're picking up the magic white as we go across here. And automatically, it makes the sky get lighter as it works downward. Because we don't want a sky that just looks like you pulled a curtain down. We're trying to avoid those. Okay. And we'll hypnotize it a little bit. Okay. And while we've got some blue on the brush here, we might as well go ahead and put in a little bit of water here. This is still the Prussian blue. And we'll just hypnotize this a little bit, bring it all together. And it really doesn't matter where you get your water line here, because when you put all the other stuff in, you can bring it to whatever point you want it, so don't worry about it. Okay. And we'll wash this old brush. Alrighty, let's take some blue and a little bit of brown and a little bit of white, just to make sort of a gray color, a blue-gray here. And maybe we're going to have this mountain come way up on the canvas. What the heck? And just let it roll around. Maybe another little bump right there. And let it wander right on off. Very little paint, and we're pushing that paint right into the canvas. Just really push it. And we'll put a little bump right there, another little hill. Okay, now we'll take and pull that paint down. We want it to get lighter as it goes toward the horizon here. So we pull it down. Once again, it's mixing with the magic white that's already on the canvas, and automatically this occurs. We'll pull this one down a little. Okay. Like so. Now this time we want very little paint. Very little paint. All we want to do is give little indications back here. Just a little. A few little highlights. Light playing right through here. And you'll find if you're right-handed, it's normally easier to have the light coming from the right. If you're left-handed, it will vary from person to person. So you sort of have to find what's comfortable for you. And maybe a little speck of light back here on that point. Maybe we'll just let these two sort of work their way together here. Just make an almighty ridge running right through there. There we go. Now, for the shadow, we'll use a little blue and white, a little touch of brown with it. Let's put a little shadow right here. Don't want a great deal in the shadows this time, just a little bit. Maybe a little touch over in here. A few little things happening all along the way. A little bit too straight, so I'm going to break that up a little so it doesn't look too round. Don't want it to look phony, I want it to look real. Okay, now I'm going to really diffuse this one. I want it to just about disappear. Even going to work a little bit in there. And we'll lift upward. Always follow the angles that you've built in your mountain. Always work with those angles. Okay, now let's build another one a little closer. And this time I'm going to put a little alizarin in blue to give it a little bit more of a purplish hue. A little touch of brown to dull it. All right. And let's take this one and run right up through here. Now, this being so dark should push everything back. Maybe a little bump there. I want this just to be a nice, slow, rolling little hill. And just get in there and do it. You know, don't worry about it. Let it happen. There. And we'll pull this down a little bit. One reason we do so many mountains in this series is to teach you to use the knife. If you can make mountains, you've made friends with a knife. Then you can do just about anything you want to do with it. Okay. Maybe we'll take a little blue and white here. Maybe there's a few little patches of snow laying on this, just here and there. Just let those work down here and there. There. And maybe there's a little snow laying right in here somewhere. Just sort of bring that together. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of the blue and brown and put some sap green with it. There we go, very dark. It should look black. And now we'll load the brush up. And let's just do some little things like this. I want some little indication of trees way back in the distance back here. Maybe a few of them have just a little bit more detail, so we can just add a little bit here and there. We're only looking for basic shapes as far back. You would not see a great deal of detail. And here and there, a nice little tree that's got a little more shape. Okay. A lot of paint on the brush. Very, very thick. Just like so. Okay. Now then, we can take and just scratch a few little trunks here and there. And all we're doing here is using the point of the knife and cutting through the paint so the canvas shows. And it gives the illusion of little trunks way back in the distance. And you don't have to worry about cutting through the canvas with this knife. Canvas is very, very strong. And we recommend that you use stretch canvas rather than canvas boards. The canvas boards have cardboard in the center, and they have a tendency to absorb your magic white very rapidly and leave you with a dry canvas. And we depend on this being wet through the whole picture. Okay, now let's take a little green, a little yellow and red all mixed together here. And let's start putting some land coming down through here. And all we're going to do is just push. Like so. All the little grassy things happening here. And maybe here and there we can see little parts of the dirt showing through, little areas where there's some ground showing. So we just lay that in. And then you can just go back and sort of push it down into the picture. Put things that are projecting over it. A little more magic here. Got to have a thin paint to make it stick on all this. And as these come out of the shadow, let them get a little brighter. These trees would shadow all back in there, so you want this to get a little brighter as it comes out. There we go. Now let's take and pull just a little bit of this down into the water. And then we'll just hypnotize it a little bit, just to sort of make it come together. Here I'm adding just a little bit of dark. We have two light areas, so we'll put a touch of dark in here just to separate these. Very, very little paint. Okay, now let's take a little Van Dyke brown. And we'll just go right along here and build us a little shore. Here, all we're doing is touching the canvas. And we can put a few little sticks in here while we have some color on the knife. You know, when people see all these little sticks and stuff, they think you spent days and days with your one-haired brush sitting here doing all these little rascals. And when you get them believing that, then you up the price of it. For a long time, I painted this way in the secrecy of my home and charged unbelievable prices, which a lot of painters are doing now. But if people see it takes you 30 minutes, then they don't want to pay you an unbelievable price for it. They want to pay you 30 minutes labor. So you have to make a decision whether you want to be a traditional artist or an artist that eats regular. And we'll lay some little ripples along the water here. Just here and there. Okay. Now, maybe we'll take some of this dark color and let's put a little tree right here. What the heck? Like so. And we'll take and pull some of that paint down, make us a little reflection. Put a little tree trunk in. And we'll lay a little highlight right along here. Just so he stands out. And then he needs some leaves on him. So we'll drop a few little leaves here and there. Light touch. Don't want to destroy. And we'll use just a little bit of the Van Dyke here. Okay. Now, let's put something in the foreground. We'll have all kind of nice little bushes and stuff just growing around here. And let's put something right here. There we go. And we'll highlight these real quick. Look at there at all those little leaves and bushes. And you can do it. You can do it. Just practice a little, load a lot of paint into the brush. Remember, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Maybe just a little greenery on this. A little something right there. Okay, a few little sticks. Now let's get brave. Let's have a huge limb coming out here, like there's a tree over here somewhere, and all you can see is the big limb coming out. I know this is scary take and put something like this right out through all the work you went through. But give it a try one time. And maybe we have one coming down through here. Okay, and then we can have some littler limbs coming off these. All kinds of little things happening here. Wherever you want them, just drop them in. And there's a little something just protruding right up here. Now, you could put just a little bit of highlight on here, just to break it up. Show the little sunlight's hitting. There. Now, let's lay some leaves on top of that. And we first need some dark. Let me get some dark color here. A little bit of sap, a little bit of blue and brown. There we go. And we lay a little color on the brush here. And now we're just going to start tapping where we want some nice little leaves to be. Just let them fall in there. There. This sort of helps make a nice composition of your picture and push everything back. I think you'll like this once you try it. But as I say, first time it's sort of a son of a gun just to throw all this right out in the middle of your picture. It's going to scare you a little bit. But jump in there and do it. Remember, you're the master. This canvas is afraid of you. You're the master. Okay. Now we can take a lighter color green, a little more magic in it. And we'll load this brush full. And think where your light's coming from. The top of these are going to be a little brighter than the bottom, so we'll just lay a little bit of color right along the top here. This is where you need a good brush, though. Be very careful about the brush you use. Avoid nylon brushes. They cut paint. These are natural bristle brushes. Color right in here. I always remember back when I was a traditional painter how long I would agonize trying to do something like this with the little one-haired brush, and working for days and days and days to get an effect that you can now get in minutes. Almighty limbs projecting right out in our picture. And it makes it look like there's a tree over here. Okay, maybe right in here. Let's do this. Let's have an old tree that's falling over. Coming right up through here. If you got all your nerve up and done this one, shoot, we might as well just keep going with it. No use letting you stop now. And maybe he had a little friend that fell over with him. we go. Now don't laugh, trees need friends too. Everybody needs friends. Okay. Take a little white and a little brown here. Maybe we'll put just at least a little touch of sort of an orangey color in it. And we're going to just work that right down here and make him look old and tired, just barely touching. Just pull that right on along, like so. Let it go. Okay, now we'll take and put a few little bushes in front so he has a place for his foots to set. And we'll take the liner brush with a little bit of thin oil, like so. There we go. And we'll put a few little limbs hanging on here that are just about gone. Just here and there. Let them go every which way, whatever makes them happy. And maybe this one's just hanging down. Ooh, he's tired. Poor old thing. There. This old tree's just about gone. It's going to fall over here in the pond. Maybe a little limb or two left up here. Something like so. Okay, I think we'll sign that one and call it finished. And there we go. And I'd like to thank you very, very much for watching us today. I hope you've enjoyed this painting and that you painted along with us. And until next time, happy painting. Thank you very, very much. Well, welcome back. Thought today we'd do a little picture that maybe has got a little calm ocean, and we'll play with clouds today. We'll play with light reflecting all through the clouds and see what kind of thing we can come up with here. And we're going to start out. I'm going to take a little bit of yellow and just a little bit of permanent red, and we're going to work with the sun today. We're going to put the sun in here. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin layer of magic white, save a little time. And next we'll go into a little bit of white and a touch of alizarin crimson. And we'll work that a little bit, and maybe very gently. And always making these little X patterns. There we go. Just work it right on back up into here. And then I'm going to go into a little alizarin, a little touch of Prussian blue, and make sort of like a little lavender color here. And we'll just work that from out here inward. We'll play with some crazy colors in the sky today. And just come right on around with it like that. I know somebody's out there saying already, sure don't look like the sun to me. Okay, now let's take the big brush and we're going to start bringing all this together very gently. There we go. See how all those colors just blend together? Okay. Yeah, we'll hypnotize it just a little bit. And while I've got this brush dirty, I'll take just a little touch of the blue and lavender mixed together here. And we'll do this. And bring it right into here. We don't want to destroy this nice reflected light area that we're putting into the water already. Just very gently bring all this together. There we go. Okay, clean up the brush. Now, let's take a little titanium white and load the brush full, and we'll go right into the center of this, and we'll grind that into the canvas. Just really push that color in. There. And we'll take the knife and take off the excess paint. The value remains in the canvas. And now we can work with that a little bit. There we go. And the first color we put on turns out to be the aura that's around the sun. Okay, now we can take and play with some almighty clouds here. And we'll take a little, let's take a little brown and a little blue. And make up a nice little color here. Sort of a gray color. And let's build some almighty clouds. And we'll just let these run right across the sun. Be careful not to put too much blue into this. You want it a gray, otherwise when you hit that yellow, it's going to turn green on you. There we go. Nice fluffy little cloud. Just laying around here in the sky being lazy. Okay, maybe we'll have another little cloud up here. Just let him play. There he goes. Okay, now let's put some highlights on these clouds. And right close to the sun here, I want them to be quite bright. There. A little bit more into the orangey type pinkish hue. There we go, that's better. Brighter on this edge right here. Maybe, there we are. Okay, just lay these on. Let all these pretty little colors just sort of float through the clouds. And mix the color on your brush. That way you have a multitude of colors all in one brush. Okay. Now, on this cloud, the light, as you can see, is coming from the other direction, so it's going to hit the bottom of the cloud more than the top. And we'll put some little sparkles here and there. There we go. Maybe some little highlights just playing around. Okay. Now we'll take the big brush and very gently, super light, just enough to bring this together. Just want to blend them together. Little bit. Fill some of the little highlights here and there. Okay, now we can hypnotize the whole thing. If you haven't used a firm paint, now you're in trouble. So be sure your paint is very, very firm. Okay. Now, let's put some little small clouds just laying along here. Okay, just little stringy clouds, I call them, for lack of a better name. Okay. Now we'll take a little bit of color and highlight these clouds just across the top. Just like the sunlight's bouncing along here and playing and having fun. There. Okay. Now we'll gently hypnotize these and just bring them right into the picture. There we go. Okay. Now we'll take just a little touch of magic white. We need a thin paint. Thin paint here. And be sure you're finished with your sky when you do this, because it's just about over once you start this. And we'll put some little light rays coming through here, just indications, like you're bouncing through and playing. Okay, just enough to give it a little indication back here. Now, let's see, way back here, very lightly, let's just make us a little water line back in here. Like so. Ooh, thought we'd do like a nice bay or something like that where the water's not violently rough, just nice, a few little ripples here and there, a few little waves coming in. Okay, just work those around. Okay, now as we get up closer here, let's have a little wave in here. Just like so. Put us a little darker color in so it'll stand out. Maybe just a little one back in here. A little dark underneath these. Okay. Now we'll take a little bit of white. Little magic white with it, and we're going to push just to put a little bit of foam on top of that water. We'll sort of pull that down, and maybe here it's already curled over, and we'll just lift that right over like that. A little bit in here. Now if you're doing this at home, when it dries, take little dots of white paint and just lay all in here, and it'll look like the light just sparkling right across the water, but just little dots of white paint. Don't overdo it. Just some little foamy things happening all out through here. Very light. We don't want anything real bright back here. Okay. Now then, I think I'll take a little alizarin crimson and sap green mixed together to make a nice brown color. Warm, warm brown, since we've used the alizarin in here. And brown is such a nice color. It's a very warm, peaceful color. Maybe we'll put some little things like this in here. There we go. Put some little grassy things laying here on the beach. There. And let's take a little bit of the Prussian blue. Maybe there's a little place laying right in here where the water sort of formed. So we'll put just a little more blue right here. Like so. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to make a mixture of brown and white. And we'll make some sand here on the beach. And we just let this knife work right down through here. Very gently. And try to get the paint to break like that. Maybe we'll go back and right over here. Maybe we'll have this coming right down through here. And we can start putting all these little bushes and weeds that grow out here on the sand. This is still the sap green and alizarin crimson. There we go. Okay. And follow the lay of the land here. You want it to look like it's sort of coming down. If we're going to have a little pool of water here, you need to have it coming down so it just work in there. There we go. And we can take and lay a little bit of sand right down through here. Okay, let's start with some reflections in this water. Let's take a little touch right here. Let's build some nice little reflections in this little pool that's laying here. Okay. Okay, now we can come ahead and decide where we want the dirt to come. Maybe it'll come right out like that. And let's put a little thing right out here. There we go. Very lightly. And we can bring some over in here. Maybe this one comes way out. It would if I didn't run out of paint. There we go. Just lay that in there. Okay, now we'll take a little bit of magic white and we'll put some little things happening around the water's edge here. Just here and there. Always have a lot of foam that builds up around the sea. So we'll just lay all these little foamy things in here. A little bit over here, so it looks like that just sort of slips on into the background there. And off and away. Okay. Now we can put a few more little things in here just to build this out. Still following the lay of the land. Alrighty, let's take some brown here. And I'm going to put like an old snow fence coming down through here, I think. So we'll start with straight Van Dyke brown. And these old fences are made out of just whatever happens to be available. So they're all different sizes, all different shapes. The wind and the weather, they tear them apart and they really get bad looking. So we'll just lay them in here. Some of them are just about to rot. Maybe there's a little short one right here. Give him a little more, there. This one over here, maybe he just comes like so. Every which way, every which way. Okay. And we'll just let these happen. Sometimes they're close together, sometimes they're far apart, so wherever you want them. There. And maybe one's just about to fall over. There he goes. Okay, now take a little touch of the light color here, and I'm going to just put a little touch of light. Just right on the edge of these, just here and there. This is just brown and white, just a little bit. Well, those do look nice and old. They've been hanging around the beach for a long time. There we go. Okay, now take a little bit of paint here, and let's just make this whole thing just wander around, and it's just about had it. Come right on down. There. And maybe this one has a bunch on the other side, so we just keep from cutting through. Comes through like this. And let's give him one more. That went so well. Let's do another one. There. Okay. Now, if you really want to spruce these up a little bit, you can put just a little bit on top here. Let's use just a little touch lighter color so it shows up there. Just a little light playing along the corner. And use the small edge of this knife too. Don't just use the other edge. Okay. Now then, let's put a nice little tree right here. We need an old, tired tree that's lived right next to the ocean all of its life, and It's not the best place in the world for an old tree to live. There. Boy, he looks tired already. Okay, let's give him another little helper here. There we go. Okay, let's use the little liner brush here and just put some highlights right along here. And let those sort of fade back. Okay. Give him a few more little branches. This is just a thin oil that's mixed with a paint, so it's a little bit thinner, and then it flows better. Okay, comes right along like that. And we just put a few little limbs at random, and then we'll put some leaves on them. Maybe right in here. Maybe there's one that's just tired. He's hanging down. There. Poor old tree. Okay. And we'll take a little bit of the alizarin and the sap green again. Maybe dull it down with a little bit of brown. We don't want this very bright. And that's all right. That's nice. Just put some little leaves out here. Okay, there we go. Just drop them little rascals on wherever you want them. Maybe we'll just put these back and let this limb protrude on through. Maybe he's already got tired one on strike. Just laying out there by himself. Okay, we'll take a little bit of green, a little yellow, and I put just a little touch of brown with it to dull it. Once again, I don't want this to be a bright, bright tree. I want this to be quite dull. And we'll put a few little highlights here. There we go. Just here and there. Okay. All right. Now, we can go back and fill in some more of these little bushy areas just to give him a little character. There. That's nice. Now, let's take we'll take a little alizarin crimson and brown here, and maybe we'll just put a few little things that are trying to grow here. Life's sort of rough out here, so they're not doing too great. Just here and there. Maybe there's one laying over here. Okay. This is a very quiet little seascape. Something you can do, and it's just a little practice, and I think you'll enjoy it. It's probably the most fun is working with this sky. And there's a multitude of things you can do here. There's no limit to the different colors you can use. You can change them to any color that pleases you. Feel free. We're not trying to teach you to copy here. We're trying to teach you a technique. And how you use that technique is strictly up to you. You're only limited by your imagination. So let it go. Have fun with it. Practice. And you too can be an almighty painter. Okay, I think we'll very quickly sign this picture. And we'll call it finished. So we'll take a little bit of thin paint here. And just do that. I want to thank you very, very much for watching us today. I hope you have enjoyed this picture. It's a little different than what we've done in the past, but it gives you some more ideas of what you can do. So, until next time, happy painting. Well, hello. Hope you have your canvas set up and ready to go. I think we'll do another almighty picture. And today, I want to do a ridge of mountains rather than the jagged, sharp mountains that we've been doing. I want to do a nice, smooth little ridge of mountains coming down into a beautiful little lake. So we'll start off here with a little bit of Prussian blue on the big brush. There we go. Just work it into the bristles. And we'll start right at the top of the canvas. And we'll put us a quick little sky in here. And we'll just move this paint around, let it work and play. Don't want a dead sky. Okay. Now, I've already had the magic white on the canvas before I started, so we have that ready. There we go. Just a nice little sky with some life in it. Now I'll put just a touch of phthalo green with my color. And we'll put in some water. There we go. And sort of bring all that together. And we've left a little area open right here in the center so that it'll look like a sheen of light coming across the water. Okay. Go. Just redecorated your living room. Now, let's take a little bit of the titanium white and just a little touch of permanent red in it. I always like to put a little bit of pink into my clouds, just so it looks like a little sunshine. And we'll do some almighty big clouds here. Just let them work off that brush. Keep the brush moving. Keep it moving. You don't want to sit and grind one spot to death. All you'll do is end up with huge cotton balls in the sky. And we want nice fluffy clouds. Leave some of these areas dark. That'll end up being the shadows in your cloud. Okay, there we go. Maybe we'll just have a little cloud floating around up in the sky up here. There we are. Now, maybe another nice little cloud. Put just a little touch more pink with that one. There, now he stands out. We just want these to be soft little clouds. Okay, now we'll take the big brush and very gently hypnotize this. Just work it a little bit, leave it alone. If you overwork it, you've killed your cloud, and you become a cloud killer. Ooh, nothing worse than a cloud killer. There. Fluff it up a little. And don't worry if you pull little streaks of paint out when you do that, because when you hypnotize it, it'll go away. There. We'll just hypnotize the whole thing now. Okay, let's clean the brush. There we go. And let's put one more little cloud in there. We'll just have him right here. Just let him work around. If you're going to separate these two clouds, you need the dark area in between. So don't kill all your darker area. him in a little bit, fluff him up, then hypnotize him. Okay, now let's start working on this ridge of mountains here. And we're going to take a little blue and brown. I want to make sort of a gray color here. Blue, brown, and white. Now your blue is 100 times stronger than the brown, so use it sparingly. There we go. Now, let's just take and lay us in a nice little ridge here. And we're really pushing this into the canvas. Work it hard. Work him hard. Push. You're not going to hurt that canvas. Just a few little bumps here and there on top. Really push that color into the canvas. There. Now we'll take the... Hello. Glad to see you again today. Thought today we'd do a happy little picture, maybe with the sunshine in the winter, and just see what we can develop from there. So let's start out here with just a little touch of permanent red mixed with a little bit of yellow. And I'm going to put the sun in here. So we're going to start right in the center of where we want the sun to be. And this will end up being the aura that's around the sun. And I've already prepared the canvas with magic white, so it's nice and wet. Now we're just going to start with little X patterns here. And we want this to get darker and darker and darker as it works out. Here I'm using a little bit of alizarin crimson and white. But work your brush back and forth. Keep it moving. It's much, much easier to blend these colors when they're like this than in drawing a big circle. Now we'll take a little bit of alizarin crimson with a touch of Prussian blue into it. Make sort of like a lavender color. There we go. And just work it around. Okay. See how that just comes right together? And let's put just a little touch of this pink running right down like so. And we'll just bring all this together. Maybe a little bit in here. Maybe we'll have a little touch of water. Okay, now let's go into a mixture of Van Dyke brown, Prussian blue, and a little bit of white to give us a gray effect. And we'll work that also starting from here and working downward so that it gets lighter and lighter as it gets toward the sun. Too many times in paintings we try to avoid the sun. And the sun's a beautiful thing to paint. It's part of nature. You see it just about every day. Sometimes we don't see it every day, but just about. Okay, now we'll take the almighty brush here, and we're going to begin hypnotizing this, and do it in little X strokes, back and forth. There we go. And we just want to blend this color out so it's a nice even distribution of color by the time we're finished. Always working with a clean brush from the lightest area outward. Okay. And it's beginning to come together now. And while the brush is dirty, we'll go ahead and put in a little bit of water. And I'm using the same gray that I used in the sky. And you don't want to cover up this area if you want a nice pink reflection coming across the water. You want to leave this area open. And we'll bring this across and gently hypnotize it. Okay. We'll clean the almighty brush out here a little bit. Now you can work this as many times as you want, but the big thing is to always start with a clean brush and work outward. Okay, there we go. So you just have a nice gradual blending of color. And we'll hypnotize it a little. Now we'll take a 1-inch brush, fill it full of titanium white. And we're going straight into the canvas, and we're going to push very hard. Just push this value right into the canvas, like so. And if you want to give some little indications of sunlight, you can just gently put a few of these in, just here and there. Okay. Now we'll take out all the excess loose paint. The value remains in the canvas. Now we can hypnotize that. And we don't want these to be bright and distinct. They'll still show, even though you hypnotize them over and over and over. Okay. Okay, now if you got that done, we can move right along here. We'll take a little bit of the alizarin crimson, a little blue, mix it together here. And we're just going to make an indication of some nice little hills and mountains way back here in the background. There we go. Just lay them on with a knife. We're using very, very little paint. Scrape off all the excess. And we'll just let it run right on out. Okay, with a big brush, we'll pull that down. And with a large brush like this, you can make all of your highlights and shadows in the mountain just by using brush strokes. And we're not going to worry about highlighting this with white like we normally do. We just want sort of a silhouette back here. Okay. Now we'll take a little bit of the grayish color, maybe just a touch more brown. And we're going to put in some little foothills that are way back here. Just take the big brush and tap the canvas. There we go. And we'll take a little bit of that same color and pull downward. This will make our reflections. And I'm going to lift it slightly upward, just to give it the appearance of little trees way back in the distance, far, far away. Okay. Okay, now we'll just hypnotize this just a little bit to give it a watery effect. Now a little bit of magic white, a little bit of magic white. And to it I'm going to add just a little bit of pink. That's a little too much, so we'll just tone it down. There we go. That's better. And we'll cut us a little water line back here. We don't want this to be bright and distinct. We just want a gentle little water line to break up these two dark areas. And act just like you're trying to cut right through the canvas. Go straight into the canvas. And already you have the impression of a beautiful sun, little hills in the background, foothills in the foreground. Now let's come forward and see what we can make. I think we'll take a little alizarin crimson and a touch of sap green mixed together. Make a very warm brown color here. And we'll use the almighty fan brush. And let's come down and let's just have some little grassy areas right along in here. There we go. Now when you're doing this at home, if you find that you end up with a bunch of smiley faces because the fan brush is curved, use the corner of the brush. Just use the corner. Don't end up with a picture full of smiley faces all at one time. It's supposed to make you happy, but we don't want to show all the smiley faces. Okay. Now we'll take some titanium white and begin laying in a little snow here. And the angle that you lay this in is very important. We want this to show a little hill coming down, a little gradual decline. So we're going to pull it in that direction. And let your paint break. So you have all these open spots, and the color we put here ends up being your shadows. Okay, then we can work the little grassy areas right into that. And you have those travel with the lay of the land also. Let them sort of flow down like that. Okay, let's clean off a little spot to work here, and we'll make some almighty trees. I'm going to take some Van Dyke brown, Prussian blue, a little phthalo green, and a little touch of alizarin crimson. You want a very dark color, it should look black. And let's see here, we're going to load the brush full of paint. And let's put a happy little tree. Let's see. Right here. And we sort of just touch the canvas to give us a guide, and then we're going to push upward. Make a little different kind of tree today. Just push. Okay, let's give him a little friend right here. And we push. Just push those limbs right out of the brush. And maybe we'll put some nice little snow-covered bushes in here too. So we'll just lay those in. You need the dark in order to show the light. So put your dark color in so the light will show up when we put it on. Okay, now we'll just cut through the paint and give some little trunk indications here and there. Now we'll take a little bit of magic white, and we'll mix that with firm white and a little touch of the blue that we used to make the tree. And we'll highlight this tree. And we see our light source, so we just push. We want this side of the tree to be a little bit brighter. There we go. A little bit for over here. Okay, now let's highlight some of these bushes. I'm going to take a little bit of magic white with the firm white. Little touch of permanent red, just so it sets off a little bit better. Okay, now we'll push off some nice little snow-covered bushes. It's a very gentle touch, just enough to get the paint to come off the brush. Okay, here's a nice bush. We'll put some snow on him. When you're doing this, try to do one bush at a time and have him finish before you go to another one. Otherwise, they'll just sort of run together and you'll lose track of them. Okay, then we can put a few little stems here and there. All we're doing is cutting right through the paint. Okay. Now, let's have some snow coming this way. We'll change these angles a little bit so that we have different planes in this picture. And maybe we'll bring it down just a little more. And we'll have a little angle coming right down like that. There. Okay, seems like I remember there was a old farmer that used to live here, and he built a barn right here. So let's put a nice barn here. And it's better to sort of scrape it out to get all the loose paint off so the other paint will stick. It's also a nice way to lay it out. Give you an idea of your perspective and what you're doing. Just basic shape. Okay, so we'll take a little Van Dyke brown and let's lay this eave here in, like so. There. And we'll put some snow on the roof. Just come down and let it drop. We want to give it the indication that it's sort of one of these roofs that come over and drop. And we'll firm that back edge up. Over, down. Over, down. These strokes are very important to make it look like the roof has that angle in it. Okay. I'm going to put some wood in here. Just like so. There we go. And some over here. Gotta have a side on the barn. Don't want the cows to get out. Okay. Now, let's put a little bit of snow on the other side of the roof over here. And we can firm this up. And maybe a little bit right along through here. A little more Van Dyke brown, and we can lay some shadows in there. There. Okay, tell you what, let's give him a little shed out here. Farmer always needs more room, so we'll put him a little shed. A little more of the brown. See how easy that is? Just let it happen. Okay. Then we need a little place for him to put the hay up here. And you can create any kind of barn you want here. It's just a matter of working with a knife, letting it happen, and having something inside that you want to put on canvas. Okay, let's put a nice bush here and push him back into the bushes. Maybe this old farmer, maybe he took up drinking a little bit too much. You know, we all have that problem sometime. And the woods are sort of creeping up and fixing to eat up his barn. Okay, we'll take a little more of the titanium and magic mixed together. And we'll put some highlights on these bushes. There we go. Okay. And here and there we have some more of the little weeds that are growing around. Just use the corner of the fan brush to make friends with it. Maybe there's some growing right along the edge of this little hill. Okay. Now then, let's put an almighty tree in here. Let's come right along in here. Big tree. He just goes right on off the canvas. There we go. Now we're getting some size to it. Now we can take and put some highlights on him. A little bit of the magic, a little titanium, and then we're going to put some blue on there. I want this to look cold. This picture should have both warmth and coldness in it, because we have the sun with all the warm colors and coming right through here. So let's do this. We'll just put some nice little highlights here. Just let the light bounce through there and play. Okay. Now we can continue with our snow here a little more. And let's bring this one, have a different plane coming down through here. Just let it come right through. There we are. Okay. Just let that knife run right down in the angle that you want to show that your land is flowing. And try to let the paint break. Okay. Let's take, and maybe we have a few more little bushes in here that are growing down the hill. And we just push these in. Like so. Okay, a little more of the magic. Remember, thin paint will stick to a thick paint, so you need to thin your paint just a little bit. Okay, maybe just a little touch more. And we'll put a nice little bush standing right here. Maybe another one right along here. There we go. Just sort of let your imagination wander around wherever you think there might be a little bush or tree. Put it in. This is your world. Okay, maybe we'll put in some little trunks here of a little tree that just about has nothing on it. Just the trunk left. Old Man Winter's taken all of his leaves away. You know, in Alaska we have, in the winter, ice fog, which settles on every little branch, everything. Oh, it's so beautiful. It just looks so pretty. It's almost like something out of a fairy tale book. This is probably one of the reasons I paint so many winter pictures. Because in Alaska we see a lot of winter. So it's a good way to learn how to use the equipment. And we're trying to give you ideas here, trying to teach you a technique and how to use it. There. And maybe another little thing coming up through here. Okay. Now maybe this old farmer, before he left the farm, maybe he had a fence that went right along here. And to keep the cow in. And make up these little stories as you paint. It really helps give you ideas. It makes your imagination work. And imagination is the key to painting. What to paint is much, much harder than how to paint it. And we've showed you how to paint it. Now the imagination comes from you. And maybe we can see the top of one more little post right there. Okay, we'll take a little bit of color, a little white, and we'll put a little highlight on these. Just like so. Okay. And a little snow laying on the top. And let's have a wire running along these fence posts. It just comes right on down. like so. And all we've done here is just literally scratch through the paint. Okay. And you nearly always have a few little bushes that grow around the post. When you're cutting the grass, you can't get up next to the post to cut it, so you usually always have some around here. And maybe with just a touch of very, very light blue, very light, we can just put some little indications of shadows back here. Just a little bit. Okay, now let's put some highlights on the little bushes. There we go. And look at there. Just make those sparkle in the sun. Okay. And here and there a few more little weeds sticking through the snow. And you can sort of fix it up now, but don't piddle it to death. Don't keep playing with it. One of the hardest things is, when do I stop? Do I go a little bit further? And you can sit and look at a picture long enough that you're going to find something else you want to do, and you're going to piddle it, and pretty soon all you're going to have is a happy mess. So learn when to stop. Just a few little sticks here and there. And let's put just a little touch of highlight on this. A little happy sunlight shining through there. There we go. See what you can do in just a matter of a few minutes? And we knew you could do it. Okay. And when you do this at home, you have unlimited time, and you can take and put a lot more detail into it. You can work out a lot of things. Here we're just trying to give you an idea in 30 minutes, so I think I'll just sign this. We'll use a thin oil with a little bit of color on it till we get it just about the consistency of water. Very, very thin. And with that, then you can just take and write your name. Takes as long to write your name as it does to paint the picture, nearly. Okay. Maybe a little more paint right there. And we advise that you date your paintings, so in years to come, as you look at them, or as your grandchildren look at them, you can tell what year this was painted in, and it brings back a lot of happy memories. Okay, and we'll take just a little more of the oil and put with a little bit of brown. And maybe we'll put there, see? Because this is a thin, slick paint, you can go right over the other paint without messing it up. Add in a few little sticks. There we go. And just moving right on along. Okay. Now see, I told you not to piddle it, and I'm sitting here and I'm starting to piddle it to death. So I think we'll just lay the brush down and call that one finished. And we hope you have enjoyed the almighty sun, the barn, the beautiful painting we've done today. And you can do it too. Until we meet again, happy painting. Welcome back. I hope you have your canvas set up on your almighty easel and ready to paint along with us. Thought today we'd show you how to do snow. And we've had several requests, people asking us, how do you put snow? How do you make it look like snow is falling? So I thought that's what we'd do today. So we're going to start out here with a little Van Dyke brown and Prussian blue, and we'll very quickly throw a little sky in here. And we're looking for a sky that's sort of gray, overcast. So we'll sort of test it and see how it looks. There we go. That's a nice gray color. Sort of a blue-gray. We've already got the canvas covered with the magic white. So we're actually blending color right here on the canvas. We're mixing a painting. Mixing a painting right on the canvas. Okay. Maybe just a little bit more right here. Put some life in the sky. If it's snowing, we have all kind of things going on. And we'll gently hypnotize a little bit. Don't want to kill all the little actions that we've created in here. And we'll take a little more of the same color. And let's just lay in a little bit of water. There we go. And we might as well make some almighty mountains today, too. What the heck? If you learn how to make mountains using this knife, the knife will probably never give you any more problems. Okay. Okay, let's take some titanium white, and maybe we'll just lay in some nice clouds that are just laying around up here in the sky having fun. Dropping snow on us, that's what they're doing. There we go. I'm using quite a bit of paint here. And you can put these at any angle you want them. And probably at this point you're looking at that and say, my God, he's got a mess going there today. But hopefully it'll come out. Now we'll take the almighty brush, and we're going to start pulling this. Look at that. Instant clouds. But you need a good firm paint to do this, otherwise it's just going to smear on you. Okay, maybe we'll put a little gray underneath some of these. Take a little blue, brown, and white. Okay, and just here and there we'll lay a little touch of gray. Just to give it sort of an overcast feeling. Okay, now let's work that in. There we go. Okay, let's build an almighty mountain. We'll take some blue and some brown, a little touch of alizarin crimson. And let's put us a nice mountain right up through here. Maybe a little peak like so. And we'll just let that run right on off. Okay, with a big brush, we'll pull that down. Okay, a little bit of titanium white, and we'll lay some snow on here. A little bit back on this peak. There we go. Let this paint break. Most important that it break and let some of these dark areas show through. Maybe another little peak over here. It's your mountain, so you can do whatever you want to with it. Let these peaks just occur. Okay, we'll take some blue and white. Make us a shadow color. There we And let's lay some shadows in here. Very lightly. Just want that paint to barely touch the canvas and to break as it comes floating down through here. Okay, we'll give this little peak his own shadow. And we'll lay a few little shadows here and there. Oh, I see a little ridge right there. There he is. Maybe we'll just swing that around a little. Okay, now let's diffuse this real good, and all we're doing is tapping. Don't want to destroy it. There we go. Now maybe we'll put another range of mountains in here. We'll use the same colors, but make them darker to give the impression that it's closer to us. Okay, let's have one coming right up through here. And we'll let him come over, maybe like so. And then fall down. Okay, take off all the excess paint. And here's what's nice. If you want to change a shape, change it. There. Like that a little bit better. Okay, we'll pull that loose paint down. Put some snow on him. Okay, let's go right over here and let this one come down and work its way down. Maybe we'll just bring these together. See how you can put mountains together? Unbelievable amount of power that you control to be able to move mountains and to change them. Okay, we need some highlight right here. And let's put some shadows in. See, another decision you have to make is this peak on this side or that side. And if you want to push it back, all we have to do is come down through here, bring that shadow right through it, and automatically he goes into the background. Okay. Okay, then we'll diffuse this one. So it's nice and soft. Okay, let's throw in a few little trees back in here. And we'll take a little brown and a little touch of blue and some white. And we want this to be very soft. So we're mixing a color that's almost the same color that we've used here. And sort of lay it up against here and taste it, test it, make sure it works. And we'll put a little tree right there. Look at that little rascal. It just jumped right off your fan brush. And we'll give him a little friend. There we go. And maybe over here one's a little bit larger. Maybe he got a little more light when he was a baby. He grew a little taller. There we go. And we'll just take and pull up some little grassy areas, running back. We'll just have it run right on down like that. There. Okay, now let's put a little bit of snow underneath him. Using just a little bit of white. Let that paint break. Very gentle touch, just enough to get it to come off the knife. And we'll take a little bit of this color and we'll begin deciding where this ends. So we'll just lay some little banks right there. Just like so. Then we'll catch a hold of just the bottom of that. Pull us a little touch of reflection down into here. Okay, I want this to look misty, so I'm going to tap back here. Just tap it and tap it and tap it, and lift it a little bit, just to create the illusion of mist back in the distance. Okay, let's come a little bit farther closer. We'll add a little more color, a little brown, a little blue. And maybe we'll put a tree here. Okay. And let's give him a friend too. Everybody needs a friend. Okay. Now we'll come just a little closer, so I'm going to darken the paint just a little bit more. As you come closer, let these trees get darker and darker. Maybe there's one right here in the front. Just a little one. Okay, little areas of grass in here. Okay, now let's take a little bit of the magic white and put us a little water line into here. And we'll just let this sort of work around the corner. Okay. Little magic white just to create the little water line here. And we got another little hill coming right down. There. Okay, we'll pull this one down just a little touch. Take the magic white. Okay, now let's do something on the other side here. And let's put a little tree right there. He's far away too. Okay, let's give him something to stand on out here. Maybe we'll have a little cliff just sort of hanging around. There. And we need a little bit of snow on top. Like so. Let that come all the way out there. And maybe then we have a larger hill that's coming down. There we go. Pull a little bit of that down. And maybe over here, there's a place that just sort of breaks off. Snow doesn't hang right there. Just sort of, there we go. Okay. Put some water lines around this. Let's take a little bit of white mixed with a little magic white here, just to make it a touch thinner. Just bring it right on around. There. Just some snow laying right along in here up against that little cliff area. Okay, and then we can bring this right on down. Make us a little, like a little cove there. And anywhere you want one of these little coves, really all you have to do is just sort of lay a shadow in. We could put another one in here, for example, if you wanted to. And then bring it down so it just comes right down to it. There. Okay. Now we'll put just a few more little trees right in here. These are getting closer, so they're beginning to get quite a bit bigger. Just drop them in real quick. Need a lot of paint in your fan brush when you're doing this. Okay, some little grassy areas. And a little more paint on my brush. Let's do an almighty tree right here. Okay. This fan brush is a fantastic little piece of equipment. Practice with it, use it, make friends with it. It'll do things for you that you wouldn't believe. But it's like everything else, you really need to practice with it. It has to be a friend. See, maybe you want to put another little tree right here. And that's all there is to it. Just decide where you want him, let him fall in. And we'll put some little grassy areas working their way down. This helps show the lay of the land. Okay, let's go back over here a second and I'll throw a couple more little things right in there. Okay, wash the brush. Now, let's take a little bit of the thin oil, mix it with some brown, just a little touch. And we want this quite light. Don't let it get too dark on you. And we'll just put in a few little sticks that are showing here and there. And the farther back they go, the smaller they should get and the lighter in color. Maybe back in here somewhere. Just some kind of little thing working around. There. Okay. There. And we can take the knife and cut a few little sticks in here and there. Just a few small ones. Okay, maybe we'll go up here and sharpen that point a little touch. Okay, let me wash out the fan brush here. And we'll show you how to make some happy little snow on this. I'm going to take some magic white and thin it even a little bit thinner using some paint thinner. So it's very, very thin now. It's almost the consistency of water. And if I may, I'm going to lay the palette down so I can use both hands. And we'll just work off the palette laying right here. And we'll take, the fan brush is loaded with a lot of very loose paint. And then we're going to take here and just flip this against. So it flips little globules of snow up here. Can you see what's happening? That's all we're doing, is just flipping it right against the fan brush. Isn't that something? Used to spend weeks and weeks sitting around with a one-haired brush trying to make all these little snow things fall. And all you got to do is just flip this brush, bend the bristles and make it pop. And we can create all the snow we want. Let's put a little bit more on here. There we go. Look at all that snow. Got your heavy coat out yet? It's getting colder. Okay. Really suggest you do this in an area, though, where you're not going to cover the whole house with snow. Nothing's going to make your husband or wife madder than coming home and having a snow-covered dinner. So, be careful where you do this. It does splatter and go all over the place. And you can get carried away and finally just cover up the whole picture with snow. Nice even distribution. There we go. A little bit more paint. I need some more right in here. And you can learn to control this very well. You can have it hit just about anywhere you want. You can make little bitty ones or bigger ones, according to what type of snowflakes you're trying to make. Soap Magic Knife does a little bit of everything. Just have to make friends with it and use it. Now I'm getting into some real fine snow. This is also a nice way to create a misty effect. You can keep working an area with very fine little globules of paint, and it makes a beautiful little misty area, if you ever want to do that. Once again, this is Magic White, thinned even thinner with a little bit of odorless paint thinner. Okay, let's go back up here and put just a little more in the sky. Okay, I think that's enough to give you the idea of how to do it. Find my almighty palette again. Okay. Maybe, see one little area here I'd like to tinker with a little bit. I'd like to put a tree right here to sort of kill this area. I sort of left it open, so that's no problem. You just go back and put you one more little happy tree in. And then you'll have to put some snow over the top of him to make him fit into the picture a little better. Okay. And that's basically how we make snow. So let's take and put a few more little sticks here and there. Just let them go. Just let that just sort of blends right into the mist and just sort of disappears into the background. Okay. Now, maybe we'll put just a stick or two here. Just a little bit. Put a little tree here that just lost all his little leaves and stuff. Cold weather's got him. This reminds me a great deal of my home. It's quite often we see these areas where we can see the almighty mountains and all the mist, beautiful mist. There we go. And we can just put a little touch of highlight on that. A little snow laying here and there on the tree. Okay, I think we're going to call that one finished. I hope you've enjoyed it. And when you're trying this at home, once again, just take your magic white, thin it down with paint thinner, and flip it on there using the fan brush and the knife. And be careful where you do it, or you'll have a happy houses covered with snow from one end to the other. And until we meet again, thank you very, very much for watching us. Happy painting.